See the red
I
dot?
won't turn it off.
Oh, okay.
And she
Okay.
won't. To the NCO, right? For November 19th, 2024. Thank you all for being here today. I understand that John Herbst has indicated he's not coming to the afternoon meeting, so we'll be able to proceed without him. There are no communications, so we can just move on to business one. This is regarding, hold on a second, building a resilient Fort Lauderdale, developing criteria for road elevation, and the Urban Land Institute report. Who's going to begin that conversation?
Hello, I'm
Hello.
Julie Medley with the Urban Land Institute.
Welcome.
Thank you.
What goodies do you have to share with us today?
Will my slides be up? Thank you so much. So once again, I'm Julie Medley, the Executive Director for the Urban Land Institute here in Southeast Florida and the Caribbean. You've been seeing a lot of us lately. The Urban Land Institute is a nonprofit organization with a mission to shape the future of the built environment for transformative impact in communities worldwide. So how do we do that? Frequently, we do that through our technical assistance, and some of you are familiar with some of the work we've done here in the city. But lately, is the microphone working? Lately, we've done a lot of resiliency-focused work, and you'll see on the slide here a number of cities that we've recently done work on, focusing in on resiliency. You'll notice in the state of Florida, we've done quite a bit of work in Florida. In March of this year, we assembled a panel at the request of the city in a partnership to address some specific resiliency challenges that you're going to hear about today. And a group of multidisciplinary leaders came from across the nation. They volunteered their time and have a breadth of expertise to bring to the challenges that they were presented with. So here today, Jim Hyde, the panel chair, who is joining us here today from San Francisco, will be talking to you about the key recommendations that were made in the report. And Jim is the founder of Urban Green. Thank you, Jim.
Welcome, Jim. Believe it or not, I have been to Healdsburg.
You have, and how did you like it?
It's a charming little town.
It is a charming little town. So I don't usually say that because there's people know where it is. So you say San Francisco because at least know that. But that's good that you've been there.
Yeah.
So thank you, Julie. Thanks for this opportunity to come back to Fort Lauderdale. We had a really productive time when we were here in March, and I think it's really important to say that ULI really values the partnerships that it brings to communities like this, especially given the challenges that people across the country are facing with these kind of climate-related events. As you can see from the slide here, we had a very experienced panel, and the important part about that technical assistance process is to bring a broad range of expertise. We had public finance, public policy, infrastructure, architecture, and land use, and real estate experts. My background is landscape architecture and urban design, and then also now real estate development. So I bring kind of a broad cross-section as the chair of the panel. But more than the expertise, an important part of this process is the collaborative work that the team does, not only amongst itself, but with your community and with the public works who were instrumental in helping us get through this process. So why were we invited? Like many coastal cities, Fort Lauderdale is facing physical challenges at the intersection of weather and land use. And as floodwaters are increasingly impacting your neighborhoods, either from storm runoff or king tides, solutions are needed to protect property and life. So we're invited to look at a specific portion of your city and use that information as a proxy for the larger community-wide set of solutions. And looking at 4 primary questions we were giving. The first was to look at the impact of sea level rise on the roadways in the neighborhood that we were focused on. The second was to identify and suggest criteria and policies to guide the selection of city roadways for elevation, but not only focusing on the technical issues, but also on equity issues. Then guide how we would balance road elevation requirements with other investments that were needed. And finally, discuss how the city can address this word harmonization, which is when you elevate the roads, what happens on each side of it to the adjoining properties, and then how do we fund that? Start with the easy one, right? So you can see, I don't really need to repeat this to you because you live with it every day, but it was great for the panel to see kind of the significance of the number of events and the increasing number of events over time and how important this is becoming, but not only on the coastal areas, but also in the inland areas. So this is not unique to those waterfront properties that you have, but also a number of inland neighborhoods, some of those which are in lower income neighborhoods. And so this issue of equity becomes very, very important. And while we were given a fairly specific and focused assignments, elevating roadways in flood-prone areas, the panel kept coming back to larger recommendations to frame what I'll talk about in more detail today. The first thing to say is roadway elevation is important, and yes, expensive, strategy that needs to be considered in the context of all the things that need to be done to address the changing climate. And so while our charge started at the top of a list, we were also looking at a broader set of recommendations to create a context for those. We started with coming up with a criteria in a way that Public Works could begin to undertake this daunting task of determining where to start and how to prioritize, and then how to fund road improvements to minimize the impact of flooding. And one of the benefits that I think having the ULI process come to an issue such as this is the complete objectivity that we bring, I think, as first of all volunteers, a variety of expertise, but we don't have sometimes the political or local burdens that if you tried to tackle this in-house. So we can bring a bit of a fresh perspective. And so we came up with a set of guiding principles to start that prioritization and selection process. And the first one is public safety as the top priority. So we'll talk more what that means as it relates to roads, but emergency routes, critical connections, those connections to essential facilities really were at the top of the list. The second one was maintaining stormwater improvements as an essential solution, and making sure that all of those things that can be done before elevating roads have at least been attempted and put in place. And then the last one is the importance of protecting existing utilities so that we have continuity of water, power, natural gas, and communications. And we'll talk about the implications of what some of this might mean to those utilities. So after the principles, we tried to develop a hierarchy of roads to help categorize and create a little deeper thinking and framework as you approach this. And the categorization that you see here is not a ranking, but it's a tool to help inform prioritization for further study. And the 3 categories are as shown here. And this may differ from the standard language that you may have in your comp plans or in plans that would address roadways, but this is related to the subject of resilience and elevation. So the first was those roads that are critical, evacuation routes, those that provide access to public facilities, critical facilities. These were the highest priority for road elevation if the road is at risk. The second were the collector category, those roads that serve the most number of residents, either their businesses or their residents themselves, and these would be a moderate priority. And then the local roads, those that serve a limited number of homes, obviously very important to the people that live on those roads, but not serving the broader community at large. And so if we have to make some decisions, this was kind of the approach that was taken to at least start to identify and look at the roads individually. And then from that categorization, we spent a lot of time trying to identify criteria, because the goal would be to ultimately provide you with a rubric, if you will, to begin to identify where to prioritize limited funding and where to tackle the first couple of projects. And we came up with 2 high importance criteria. The first is the roadway and evacuation route, critical connector, or serve public facilities. Some of the things that I noticed in those critical high importance roadways. And the second one is the road within a 100-year floodplain. So therefore, it's more susceptible than other roads to flooding. So these would be the 2 of higher importance.
Can I interrupt you for just a second?
Yeah.
When you say, is the road within a 100-year floodplain, you know, nobody knows how high sea level is going to go in the next 100 years. And there are projections that by mid-century, they'll be 2 to 4 feet. With Fort Lauderdale being, on average, I don't know, 6 feet, the entire city is going to be underwater at this if you take the progression forward after 100 years. So are you going to talk to us about how we're going to elevate the whole city by 100 years? I mean, I'm trying to understand really the thinking here.
Yeah, no, I know, and that's a pretty daunting question and also outlook. I think what we were looking at were some of the projections that were made through 2040 as the basis of our kind of recommendations. And so you'll see in the more detailed recommendations of the report, BFE +1, which was a 2040 designation, but base flood elevation for 2040 as estimated in the future.
Right, and with that as an estimate, taking that another 60 years, if you use that same progression, you know, the whole city is going to be underwater.
It probably is, or it could be.
Except those that live in condos.
Except what's that?
Oh, you're getting in and out of the condo.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, yes, yeah.
Don't make choices.
So,
Yeah. Okay,
so,
I'm sorry.
but you can't stall and not do anything, I guess, is the challenge.
All right,
What are we doing in the interim?
But it's keep this in perspective. That's
yeah,
it.
it's
Okay.
and where I'm from, not a unique conversation as well.
Okay.
So beyond those high priority criteria they gave you, the 2 ones of importance, then there were 8 other criteria that we developed for using, and in the document there's a ranking tool or a way to evaluate against this criteria. And these are not prioritized, these are not in order, these are just 8 criteria. And the other thing I would say is this is, you know, illustrative and best work within a week's short time period that the panel put together. The real work begins with taking this with a further study with local engineers and your team to really refine this with public input. But you can kind of see the kinds of things that we were suggesting should be the other criteria as you begin to evaluate roadways. You know, have adjacent buildings been damaged by flooding, because it's a good prediction that it will continue? Does the roadway have frequent flooding? Are bridges within the roadway below the 100-year floodplain? Have other flood solutions been installed? We kept coming back to this, that roadway elevation is the solution of last resort. So have you tried everything else before you go there because of its complexity and cost? Are a large number of people served by the roadway, as we've talked about? Does it serve a disadvantaged community? So vulnerable populations have less opportunity sometimes for repair and recovery, and also exit. So does that move it up the selection process? Do the majority of the adjacent property owners support road elevation? You want to go to the places where all of the criteria are met, and you have, let's say, a willing audience that is willing to participate and support the changes that need to be made. And can you use that process of elevating the road and all the costs that are going to be involved in it to actually create other community benefits, additional green space, ecosystem services, trail systems, things like that? So can you make 1 + $1 spent equal 5? And once the other thing that we spent a lot of time talking about, and you'll see in more detail in the report, is this notion that it's one thing to prioritize the roads, it's the other thing to actually put together an effective implementation process. And so there's this decision tree that was created that starts with, as we said, preparing by using all the other solutions in your toolbox first. Secondly, going through the prioritization process, which I mentioned the criteria relate to. And then once you've identified those priority roads, then begin a scoping process that starts out with setting the basis of design, basically explaining to the engineering community what you would want to be doing. A feasibility study, is it even feasible given some of the adjoining land uses, roadways, utilities, et cetera, et cetera. And then community outreach to make sure you have buy-in and support for the process. Then getting into the funding, because trying to get the funding before you've identified a project that is feasible would be very difficult. So we really wanted to emphasize that you need to go through this scoping process first, then secure the funding that you need in order to complete that, and then go through the implementation process. And you'll notice in that slide, there's a number of kind of off-ramps and feedback loops. So you may get down to the third leg of the tree and find that after you've done some scoping, it's just not feasible. And so then you go back up to the top and begin to look at some other solutions, if you can, that might be possible. So that covers kind of the technical, high-level ranking, prioritization, selection, and implementation of road elevation that we were asked to look at. But we also spent time, given the breadth of the group, to look at three other things. Funding, public policy around this, and then community outreach. So the funding one really related to this idea of, and I love it's really the last point that Malava shared with us, but it's just, it really is a marathon, not a sprint. You're not going to find all the money the first time at the first bite at the apple. So the need to go through and get this process in place and continue going back for grant and additional funding. There's a number of things around improvement districts and ways to fund that over time. It's going to be a very complex set of a capital stack, a capital cocktail, where you have a lot of different ways to get this funded. The other is looking for partnerships to leverage funds when you do get some grants. Where else can you tap into to match that? And then creating a compelling message and communicating the needs so that the community supports it and other funders understand the importance and what's at risk if you don't act. We really felt strongly that the notion of climate and flood resilience could be elevated further or higher within a lot of the community discussion and policy documents, a standing item on the agenda at these city council meetings, creating something that the community really understands its importance and the significance, again, if no action is taken, and then using that idea of being a leader in flood resilience or climate action as a North Star to continue and guide future discussions and priorities. And then the last one is a very robust communication and engagement program for the community. This idea, obviously there's going to be a lot of concern about how the decisions are made, who gets elevated when it happens, how does that get funded, and so being very transparent, having a very clear process, having the criteria understood by the community and agreed to, which is part of the next step, is building that criteria with through a process that's got community buy-in, will be very important. Talking about emergency management and making sure everybody's aware and prepared. And then the last one I think is really important. We, as a panel, I remember us talking a lot and being very impressed with the amount of work that actually is going on kind of silently. And there's a need to really celebrate your successes, take the wins and the good work that is being done. That is just, I think public works staff are doing it because that's their job. But I think there's an opportunity to let the community know how much work is being done, how innovative things are happening, and that is all moving towards a solution set. And we're going to come back to Q&A, but I think I'm going to let Nancy take us through the last couple of slides of that was our report, so what's next?
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Nancy Gassman, Deputy Director of Public Works and the city's Chief Resilience Officer. Can't thank the ULI folks enough for coming and providing their expertise over the course of about a week, where they really did dig into the issues and tried to consider not just staff feedback, but they spent a lot of time with the public talking with them about what their wants and desires were. Under the Fortify Lauderdale program, we're looking very hard at not just the stormwater improvements, but what are some of the other things that we need to do, public, private, to bring the city to a point where we are as resilient a city as possible. So part of what we're hoping to get from the Commission today is some direction regarding using the ULI panel criteria for planning. And so Jim talked you through the first 10 items listed there: road type, flood vulnerability, upland flooding, vulnerability to tidal flooding, flood vulnerability, bridges, traffic volume, stormwater improvements, stakeholder support, et cetera. And the city staff would add 2 more to that. And the first one is road elevation liability. Will elevating a given roadway create worsened flooding for the adjacent properties and therefore create liability for the city? Because we would have done something that would impact private property in a negative way. And then the last one, Jim had mentioned in his flow chart the idea of feasibility. But I think we're looking at both technical and financial feasibility when we're looking at any additional road elevation project. So given those set of 12 criteria, the city has recently finished a vulnerability study using the state criteria. And the state criteria requires us to look at what are those critical facilities along different roadways. In this particular graphic, what you see is the areas in blue indicate lower segments of roadway. And you can see that some of those are residential roads and some of those are commuter roads. Some of them are just small segments of roadway. And so as we think about where we need to elevate roadways, we're often talking about small segments and not entire roadways that may need to be elevated in different parts of the city in different time frames. And I think the mayor made a really important statement is, will you be able to keep up with sea level if you raise a given roadway? But I think it's also important to recognize that many of the things that we do today are extending the life of our community 10, 15, 20 years. And at some point, we are going to have to take additional steps, or we're going to have to start talking about whether we can maintain public services to those locations given the elevation of the roads. And so with that, we believe that the next steps are to create a road elevation master plan. Again, going back to the mayor's comment about funding, we often will create a master plan to understand the scope and cost of doing a particular type of project before we start moving forward on identifying funding. And we do this so that we understand how much funding might be required and to help the commission have that opportunity to set what those limits may be and how far they may want to go down the road. So a master plan elements would include using this new vulnerability assessment to help us understand where we have challenges, assigning a weighted factor to each of the criteria that were not considered the 2 in the high importance area, prioritize the roadways based on this ULI criteria, and go through that project evaluation process. Look for synergies with existing capital improvements. If we're going to dig up a road, is there an opportunity to elevate that road? Look for those additional benefits, and then work with the community on the critical aspect of harmonizing with adjacent properties. Creating the cost estimate is a very important part of a master plan so that we understand the magnitude of what we are trying to address. There are city costs, and they may include general fund is usually roadways, utilities if we have to do any utility work when that roadway gets elevated, and there may be additional drainage implications, so we'll have to consider stormwater funds as well. Obviously, harmonization continues to be a major concern. Under normal conditions, that harmonization would be borne by the upland property owners, going back to what the chair of the ULI panel said, that you have to have community support because there are going to be costs associated with this city project that are going to require public investment as well. Obviously, seek input from the public on the road segments prioritized, and then review the ULI funding ideas. So our staff request is that you take time during this meeting to have a conversation and determine whether you want to direct staff to move forward with requesting funding for developing a master plan. And with that, I'll invite Jim to come back up and take any additional questions the commission has before they start their discussion.
Okay, thank you so much. Does anyone have any questions before we get into public comment?
Couple of
Vice-
thoughts, but you want me to
Yes.
wait till after public comment? It's your
It's up
call.
to you. Do you want to wait?
Well,
All right.
I could ask
All right.
a few things.
Well, I guess they'll have questions, but we'll wait. There are a few people that signed up to speak, so after they sign up to speak, then we'll start having that conversation, all right? Great.
May I just ask Nancy a few things while she's here?
Yeah.
Is that okay? So, Nancy, over the years, we've had lots of discussions. We've done walks on Mola, Isle of Capri. We know where these areas are, but we also know the difficulty with everything that you just mentioned, and we know the frustrations, and we know how hard it is to really overcome a lot of those as obstacles. So I still want to understand what we are specifically going to try to do to overcome that in terms of harmonization, in terms of if you do for one area, what's going to happen to the next door neighbor. You know, how do we still overcome like all of the things we've been talking about for the last few years with some of those streets that we've actually toured, worked with the neighbors, and we're never really able to move forward and off that dime. What's going to be different, and how do we actually specifically go about that?
I think one of the things that's different is when you look at the criteria focuses on commuter roads and critical roadways first. So every road you've just mentioned is a residential roadway. And the idea is if there's more traffic on a certain road that needs to be elevated in order to support that commuter traffic, that should be prioritized above residential roads. That's the first thing. The second thing is that Mola is a very unique situation. It's a very narrow roadway. There are highlighted challenges with the different elevation of each of the homes. That's another place where when we talk about liabilities, there's a high liability for the city if they elevate that road because of impacts to a number of the houses that will be below the crown of the road should we elevate it. So those are all part of the feasibility. I don't think it's possible, number one, from a funding standpoint, and number two, from just a feasibility standpoint, for us to raise every road that needs to be raised. But the value of the ULI criteria is it gives us a place to start to say, these are the places that it's possible, and these are the places that it may not be possible. And it gives us a starting point to have a discussion about prioritization rather than to say, well, this is the road that's flooding first, so this is where we should put our money.
Okay, now that makes sense to me. I also, it's frustrating also when my office hears from folks, and a lot of this I know is king tides, and we always have to educate everyone about, no, we can't send a truck out because there's nowhere to put the water. You know, it's hard for people to understand why they can't either get out of their house or come to their house when there's something like that happening. And so there's so much more discussion to have, and this is going to lead me into what I'm going to ask and request. I think that and Jim actually mentioned this, he actually commended you and your staff and the whole office for the successes and the work that's been done. But I find that I always have to try and reiterate that when I get into these kinds of discussions with constituents, because they just don't know. I think part of this right now is an immediate education program. You know, having just come off a campaign, for me, one of the most frustrating things was hearing all of these candidates talk about how the city's done nothing with regards to flooding, with regards to infrastructure, the constant criticism and harping. I know much of that was political, much of that was a strategy, but it's frustrating nonetheless to hear it because it's just not true. Nothing could be further from the truth. So I think we have to do a better job of educating so that people understand exactly what we're doing, whether it's some sort of report that goes right into their mailboxes, whether it's we use that current magazine and have a dedicated page of what we're doing when it comes to water, stormwater, wastewater, whatever, anything to do with infrastructure. Because for me, that's the missing piece. And that really came home hard over these last months during this election season when I would constantly hear misinformation, and shame on people for spreading that misinformation, because then it makes our job that much harder to educate and to make sure people understand. We have done a tremendous amount. I commend Alan Dodd, I commend you, I commend all of Public Works because we have done a lot, and the successes are there. We're just not letting people know enough. So I would just request that we do something that really steps up that part, which will make whatever we do later that much easier, because we have at least brought people up to speed when it comes to that. I want to thank the panel. Jim, as you know, I attended the sessions. It was a pleasure. I thank you all for your expertise, for your work. Very valuable. I think the entire report is excellent, but I do want to see us proceed with next steps, and those were my concerns are. But again, I just wanted to reiterate how really important I think it is for us to do that education piece. Thank you.
Yeah, I do have a couple comments that I'm going to reserve for the end, but before that, I just want to ask one question before you open it up to the public. Two thoughts. Number one, the mayor and I were at the MPO, and on Thursday they had, what was it, a plan to the year 2100 or a 100-year plan, and the question was, you could have this plan, but if 100 years, you don't know what it's going to look like. And they brought up the fact that, look at 595, that was it 1970s is when they first proposed that? And look how long it took. But the answer is, you have to start somewhere. And even though the eventual plan might not look like anything that they proposed at the time, so whatever we do 100 years from now might not look like it, it'll be something, Around 985, they didn't have commuter rail and things like that, but it will morph into something we have to get started. And the other thought is, I'm glad we're talking about this, because for years, the solution was to raise the seawall, and as the sea level rises, what you're really doing is you're sinking the city relative to the sea level, and raising the roads actually raises the city. But the question I have before you open it up is how is that actually done? To make it simple, do you add more dirt and pave on top of it? Do you have ramps? What is involved with raising a road physically?
So you're not far from the truth.
Mm-hmm.
You have to raise the road bed, so you take off the pavement of the existing roadway. You add more road rock. You elevate all of the connections to all of the utilities, and then you pave over the top. And then you've got to figure out how to harmonize between a road that's a foot higher, and now you have a foot drop to the nearest driveway.
Right.
And the harmonization is absolutely one of the hardest pieces. The utility piece is also not simple. In the older parts of the city, you can't just put another foot or 2 feet of rock on top of the existing infrastructure because it's too much weight. And so you end up having to replace all of the pipes, and then your costs really go up. So the idea of technical feasibility is a really important piece to all of it. In some situations, you can add a small amount of pavement on top of the existing pavement, but you still have to raise the utility tops, and you still have to contemplate how you're going to harmonize that additional inch or two with the adjacent properties. So one of the things I say often, and I hear it when I hear the Commissioner Glassman speak, is the idea of just. You just have to do this, or you just have to do that, or how hard can it be to just do X? And I think the Commission has the grasp that this road elevation's not just do this. It's complicated, it's challenging, we aren't currently funded to do it, and it's going to take some careful thought about the policies that we have moving forward, and it's going to take some careful technical work to try to accomplish this, especially in segments related to commuter roads where raising that roadway is going to change the access to all of those properties, whether they're commercial or private, along that roadway moving forward for 10, 20, 30 years.
So the cost, if you look at raising seawalls, the cost of raising roads they're not even in the same ballpark, it seems. And I'm glad at least we're talking about it. I was always wondering why we didn't. And to the mayor's point, this is something that's going to take a long time. And I think the definition of a public servant is someone who plants a tree, the shade of which he'll never live to sit under. And this is something that, we start here, and we'll have to figure out where we're going to go from there. I will reserve the rest of my stuff till after public comments,
Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
Do you have any?
A question, just understanding for direction of our conversation moving forward. In regards to a master plan, right now we've had the privilege of ULI contributing to the conversation who else would we need to bring in to help us develop this master plan where we're hitting every component that maybe we haven't considered, for lack of a better word?
It's a technical question. You have to be able to look at elevations and the data in order to be able to start to target the locations that should be prioritized. We have a lot of that data available already.
Okay.
So you would bring in a consultant that has transportation experience, that has utility experience, to be able to start planning out what a master plan might look like and what are the particular issues for each segment that gets prioritized. Because every location is going to be unique. The harmonization issues are going to be unique, and the benefits are going to be unique in every location.
Okay. Right. Because the point that you made, hearing about this is sometimes a little a different language sometimes listening to this. But with that elevation where you said where a road may be elevated for a foot, and then you have to make that connection for the driveway for a foot. And then you have those different opportunities in other areas. So this is where those consultants will come in and help us to be able to level that out where we make that proper connection.
So that's, again, one of the challenges. Harmonization of the roadway with the private property, again, whether it's commercial or residential, is a really important part of any roadway elevation project. And the city's engineers would not necessarily be the ones that would design how the harmonization works, and the private property owners would be there to understand the timing and understand the challenges on their own particular property. Commissioner Glassman brought up MOLA. There were very specific challenges with harmonization in that location that had to do with landscaping. It had to do with custom driveways, where you might have to take out the entire driveway and start over because of the way that it would have to harmonize depending on whether we brought up the road a foot, a 2 foot, 3 foot. Every aspect of that has a challenge, not only for the roadway, but for the adjacent property.
Thank you.
Yeah, please.
I just wanted to underscore something that the panel talked a lot about, and there's a really good piece of it towards the end, and that's, aside from all the technical things that Nancy just talked about, is the public outreach and education. To your point, Commissioner Glassman, this is the opportunity to get the community to understand the complexity of these issues technically and what's being done, and having them understand why the conclusions are what they are. So I think the panel would support me that the recommendation that not only is there a technical consultant that's needed to be involved, but there's a huge community education and outreach piece of this that would be needed. It needs to be properly funded to make this the chance so that everybody is embracing what's being done as a solution set, but also understands the challenges and what these solutions look like. So.
Jim, could you just stay there 1 second, and also maybe for Nancy as well? I wanted to ask both of you, because I found something very interesting in the report. You brought up the Charlotte-Mecklenburg floodplain buyout program. I mean, this is a long way down the road, no pun intended, but can you tell me if you see any kind of feasibility for Fort Lauderdale with something like that, or is it even applicable? Talk to me a little bit about what they did there in Charlotte-Mecklenburg, and if you even see that as a possibility for our city.
We talked a lot about it on the panel, and I think there was concern because it's a bit of a tense issue. If you talk about, if you set up a buyout program, are you moving towards some kind of acquiescing to climate? And I think the question was, start to lay the foundation, the tools, the communication, some kind of a funding mechanism, so that when something happens of significance, you're not caught flat-footed and can't move quickly. And so I think the Charlotte-Mecklenburg, I also chaired a panel in northern Colorado where we were facing the same issues in 2013, and that idea of having a program, a criteria, a funding mechanism kind of built up over time, so that when people finally recognize the cost of reinsuring, the cost of rebuilding doesn't make sense, and those properties play an important part of the ecosystem services of dealing with floodwaters in the future, or can become a community amenity, parks and recreation, that you're in a position where you can move quickly and actually act on that, in a logical manner.
Thank you. And if you wanted to add from a local perspective?
Yeah, I think from a local perspective, what you have to consider is currently road elevation is not funded. There's also no fund to do buyouts. And I think that at some point as part of this plan, you have to look at the balance between what's the cost of trying to do the road elevation to preserve that tax base, to preserve those properties, to preserve ownership, to preserve the community, or the cost of buying out those properties and acquiescing to what's going to happen. Earlier, the question was, in 100 years, we don't know what it's going to look like. 50 years ago, Fort Lauderdale did not look like it does today. 50 years from now, it will not look the way it does today. And so communities evolve, and the question is how we're going to curate that evolution of our community in a way that at least allows us some control over where we're putting our resources and making sure those resource investments will bear the fruit that we intend.
Makes sense. Okay, thanks. It's an interesting concept, though, so
And
thank you.
As we know, Mr. Acting Mayor, I could call you that, right?
Oh, I didn't realize.
He slid out
He
while
slid
you
out,
weren't
yeah.
paying attention. And you talk about the costs, but when you talk about the costs, you also have to say, what's the cost of doing nothing? And the cost of doing nothing is more than the cost of what you're doing. It's not just, this is going to cost more. Doing nothing has a cost associated with it too, and that's something we have to consider.
So let me just say something about Moeller Drive. I've been hearing about that road for, I don't know, since I first became a commissioner. And I think the reason why we keep talking about it is because I don't think there is a solution. It's just, I've been up and down that road so many times, and, once the tides begin to rise, there's really no place for water to go. So, and plus the configuration of each house is at different levels. And you've brought up more aspects now today that I'd never even thought about. For example, needing to relocate the utilities because of the weight. So, I never even thought of that, which adds even more complexity to the solution. So maybe maybe physics defies solution. I just don't know whether, there is a solution there. There's a mitigation effort, but not a solution. And so, to the Vice Mayor's point, we need to keep talking about this. But let me tell you, the people on that street all know the questions and all have heard, answers. No one's ignorant of what's going on that street. But and the houses there, they start at $5 million. So, it's not a place where the stakeholders are going to. The stakeholders themselves are going to have to, appreciate whatever efforts are going to be made, that they're going to be done for the benefit of preserving their property. But to some extent, there's only so much we can possibly do, considering the elevations and the impact that anything we do is going to affect their property. So, good luck with it. I don't know what the solutions are, but if we had a solution, we would have gone there already. I don't even think we've gotten to the point of funding yet because we don't know what the solution is. But anyway, let's just move. It wasn't a question. It's just a statement if you want to respond.
Feasibility is really what you're talking about.
Yeah.
There are places in the city where elevating the roadway is both feasible and can provide a public benefit. And there may be other locations when we look at it, it's either technically or financially not feasible. And so I think that's a very important part of the conversation, is that hard decisions may have to be made in order to preserve some areas and recognize that other areas that there isn't an easy or potentially there isn't a feasible solution.
So okay, let's talk about priority streets like pathways for evacuation purposes and regular everyday transit.
Los
Olas Boulevard. Look at how many times we've had meetings and ideas and visioning, and how we're still. When the state rebuilt those bridges, that was an opportunity for us to consider raising the road.
And the north the north lanes were in the end elevated.
Elevated, right. But now the south lanes are low.
Correct.
And so even the north lanes, you still have to. There's still like they're not as elevated to the same extent as the bridge, the roadways coming off the bridges have been elevated. So, and there you have a lot of community stakeholders, thousands of homes that are impacted by Las Olas Boulevard. So as a community, we have to come together at some point. We have to make a decision what we're going to do. And Broward Boulevard, Las Olas Boulevard, Sunrise Boulevard, even Commercial Boulevard, these are major evacuation routes, each impacted by the construction and the design of an earlier era. We talk about, as Commissioner Sturman pointed out at the MPO meeting this past week, the guys in the planning department would say, "Oh, we got to start talking about the year 2100." I said, first of all, you can't even get things done that we already have on the books. Okay, let's talk about that. Number one, and number two, 2100 is 76 years from now. So I counted back 76 years, and that was 1949. And I said, how did we even know what populations were going to exist in 1949 in Fort Lauderdale? We had absolutely no idea. Fort Lauderdale was a little hamlet at that time. No one knew that we needed 595. No one knew that we even needed 95. 95 wasn't even built then. So I just thought it was a folly on their part to be talking to us about 2100 when we can't even talk about the year 2030. So projecting what's going to happen in the year 2100, again, let's not get ahead of ourselves. We have a need today, and let's try to address that. What's more within reach rather than looking so far behind. So, all right, I appreciate it, Nancy. Let's the few people that have signed up to speak. Ted, you want to start out? Followed by Susie Bailey, followed by Trish Holliday. Give you 3 minutes today, Ted.
All right, thank you very much. Oh, by the way, I've also been to Healdsburg myself, so yeah, it is a nice
cute.
little town. Yeah, it really
Outside
is.
of Napa.
I'd like to start out just with the election being over. Like you said, Dr. Sturman, District 4 thanks you for the 2 years that you had, and very much. And
Give you an extra 15 seconds for that.
And congratulations to everybody else. But, it was...
We don't get a handshake?
A great, yeah, and a smack on the butt. But it was a great presentation. Wow, it's a lot to take in. As far as the criteria, I live in River Oaks, which was very devastated for the flooding, and not just in 2022, but again since then, and again if it happens again. And you talk about the criteria. Have buildings been damaged by flooding? Yes, 100%, that is a fact. And your other on the criteria was, have solutions been installed? Well, they're in the process of being installed. Some of the stuff that the city did provide, the stormwater drain system. It's not completely finished yet, so we're not sure if it is going to work or what's going to happen. And in your roadway types, I live in the local part where this is people trying to get in and out of their houses, which was for weeks on end we could not whatsoever done. So that's I know the major roads, like the mayor just said, but wow, us and the residents, we were just completely cut off from all other parts of the city for quite some time. And the last thing, it just seems that, I know we need solutions, but all our solutions seems to be concrete justified. We're going to build the roads up, build the seawalls up, the new development, build that up. Maybe we need to try to come up with solutions with green space involved. How do we get the water, to be absorbed in areas instead of, our solution is just concrete, that'll fix it.
Well, Ted, I'm going to stop the clock here for a second.
All right.
And to the vice mayor's point, during the election, there was an awful lot of misinformation out there.
Oh, yes.
So
I was there.
And you were spreading some of it. So let me explain something. The downtown development that's going on for example, in Flagler Village. A lot of people on the campaign trail were saying, oh, because we're building so much, there's less pervious ground space, and therefore all the neighborhoods around the city are getting flooded. Nothing could be more absurd as that statement was made again and again by you, okay? So the reality is that all that new construction has injection wells, so that Flagler Village, the water goes nowhere else except right beneath the building.
I don't
okay?
remember actually ever talking about Flagler Village. To tell
No,
you the truth.
but it was in the general sense of all. You just said it: concrete, concrete, concrete. We're not trying to concrete our way out of this problem. A road is a road. You want us to make green pathways, and like we did, 100 years ago, so that cows can roam it. I mean, you need a road that cars can move on, so we can't turn it green from concrete. So asphalt is a necessary component in building a roadway. So the point is that those that are listening and those that care to understand that the new construction has nothing to do with the flooding situation. The flooding situation occurred because a lot of neighborhoods, including your own, were built on the cheap. Okay, they didn't have stormwater drains. They didn't have a lot of the necessary elements to help mitigate those natural occurrences because the city back then, 50 years ago, 70 years ago, said, hey, you don't need them. Let's just build a few swales. That's the green approach, okay? So, and that's not working anymore. So I went into a lot of neighborhood associations that criticized the commission, including myself, for not doing enough to prevent flooding. After we've spent tens of millions of dollars, including your neighborhood.
Oh, I know. Yeah, we were under construction for a long
time. But they were blamed for not doing anything.
Right.
So, and I don't consider that lack of communication or education because we couldn't have done enough to let people know what we're doing. I mean, the people's streets were torn up in front of their houses.
Yeah.
They knew we were doing something, yet they still criticize the city for not doing anything. So now that the election's over and we can talk, sensibly and without the election day looming over our head, I think we all need to sit down and work together to try to, number one, continue to improve our mitigation efforts when it comes to stormwater and other utilities like undergrounding, electrical wires. And number two, we need to speak rationally and based on a truth rather than in these, hysterical moments where everyone's blaming everybody for something that really everyone's trying to do the best thing for the city.
I mean, as a resident of Fort Lauderdale, listening to you and Commissioner Glassman, it almost sounds like the election is not over.
No, we're just trying to correct the record.
Right, and I'd like to add to that correction right now as well, because I will concur with what the mayor just said. Many of those projects are in District 2, the new projects, especially within Flagler Village. And he's right. He's right about the injection wells. He's right about the entire drainage system. And they are not the parts of the city that had any real problems with that flooding. I live in a fairly new condominium. We have huge retention areas on both sides of the building with an amazing drainage system. Nothing ever touches the road. Nothing ever interferes with people coming and going to the buildings because of that. I sat on planning and zoning for 6 years or so,
yes.
And was very proud of the fact that we did step it up with all of the backup that we needed to know that these things were sustainable, these projects. We never knew that before. And I want to remind folks that for the last 6 years or so, we're making up for decades of inaction. So none of this is going to happen overnight. None of these improvements that we're talking about today are going to happen overnight. But I am very proud of what's happened in the last 6 years. It's been remarkable progress when you look at the fact that for the 20 previous years, 0 was done. So again, it's a matter of education. It's a matter of just tapping down the hysteria, tapping down the rhetoric, and really being educated and knowing about what the city has done. Again, you cannot blame the growth and the new construction on flooding problems. It just is not a real argument.
I know where I live in River Oaks. because I lived there 60 plus years. We had creeks, we had 2 preserves, we had large ponds, which are now gone. So yeah, a lot of things did happen in the past few years, but the opposite way of harming our neighborhood. We had a system in place that was provided by Mother Nature, and now which is no longer there. And then, wow, look what happened. We had a lot of flooding. And you can't tell me that that neighborhood is always flooded, because I've been there 60 plus years, and it hasn't always flooded. This is something new to us that we can only pinpoint back to the development of our neighborhood. I'm not talking about Flagler Village.
It has nothing to do with the 1,000-year storm. It has nothing to do with the unusual amounts of rain that the city has never experienced.
I know. I've heard
None
you
of
say
those
this
have
100
any
times.
relevance whatsoever to this conversation. I fully understand that.
Okay, can I?
And climate change.
Go ahead. Can I have Nancy? Nancy, could you come up here for Dr. Glassman? First of all, Ted, I want to thank you for coming up, and whether we agree with you or not, I do thank you for your opinion and for engagement. We don't have to agree, but I do thank you for having your opinion. In that regard, Nancy, or Dr. Glassman, I should say, not Glassman, yes. One point that was brought out, not only and this might help answer your question, Ted, not only is there water coming up from around the seawall or coming up from our bodies of water coming up onto the property, the other aspect with rising sea level, what about the water coming from below, coming up from below? That's something that it's a different animal that seawalls are not going to help with. What's our status with that?
So the Broward County has developed a future groundwater table elevation map, and all new construction has to consider where the groundwater table will be in the year 2070 when they come in for their permitting to change a land use or to do a major development. So Broward County is imposing that additional requirement for new development because they don't want you to build for today. They want you to build for the conditions that the life cycle of the construction is going to deal with. And the rising groundwater table is certainly one of the things that we are very aware of. It certainly is contributing to more rapid flooding. When the groundwater table is high, we don't have as much capacity, and so that can cause flash flood conditions that we hadn't experienced in the past that we are experiencing now. So the groundwater table is certainly something that we also have to consider as we move forward.
And in reference to what the vice mayor had mentioned, as the groundwater table rises, that impacts your. I mean, if you're going to pump something, where are you going to pump it to? I mean, all of a sudden that affects your ability to pump things out.
So the reason that you pump, rather than considering gravity, gravity works if the end of the pipe is open and that there's enough slope to take the water off the land into a receiving body. Once the end of the pipe is underwater, that water can no longer flow. And so a pump allows you to overcome that. So you can overcome quite a bit of head difference by pumping.
But as the water table rises, where are you going to pump it to?
You're still going to pump it to the receiving water, but the groundwater table is going to contribute to the capacity of how much you're going to have to pump.
Right. Okay, thank you very much.
Dr. Gassman, while you're up there, again, I'm appreciating this entire discussion, but I want you to help Mr. and Sarah understand something. Why is his neighborhood, as he said, exhibiting these conditions that he's never seen before in all the years that he's lived there? And is it because of construction in the city and the growth of the city?
So in listening to Mr. and Sarah, one of the first things that I considered, and the mayor sort of pointed this out, is that we made the choice as a city to prioritize Edgewood and River Oaks first because they were the most vulnerable and flood-prone neighborhoods. Part of the reason for that is the change in the environmental conditions. Part of that is the change in the community in general that contribute to the need for upsizing and adding that additional infrastructure. We would not, as a staff, prioritize River Oaks as the second of 8 neighborhoods unless we felt it was substantially flood prone. And we discussed the fact that 50 years ago, the structures, we were building for a different community than we have today. And I doubt that there are people that are living in a house that's been there for 20 years that are like, oh, I should never have built here because this isn't how it was 50 years ago. So with additional development, with additional community, there are additional needs in the community, whether that is additional water service, wastewater service, or stormwater service. And
Well,
so I don't believe that, to the mayor's earlier point, is that the development that has happened in the downtown is not causing flooding in River Oaks.
What about the Mother Nature aspect that Ted brought up, that he used to see, Mother Nature took care of all of this flooding issues, and he mentioned all of those places
Right.
that did it. Why do they not take care of it now?
I mean, the city has developed over the course of the last 8 years or so the stormwater preserve. We've substantially increased the capacity of that location to take on additional stormwater. It's much deeper, much wider, much longer than it was in its previous state. But we're also having much more extreme rainfalls. Our stormwater system was built for roughly a 3-inch rainfall in a 24-hour period. We're seeing that much more often.
And now, actually, we're addressing that by going to a 10-inch, correct?
To a 7 to 10-inch
Correct.
rainfall in a 24-hour period. That is the new aspirational standard
Yes.
for what we are building all the new neighborhoods to, including Edgewood and River Oaks.
Right. Thank you.
Okay, I'll resume the clock.
One time.
Go ahead.
Well, boy, that kind of summed everything up, actually. It was, we have our Civic
time, don't sign
Association
up.
meeting this Thursday. If you would like to come and talk to us, we'd be more than happy to have you. We have legendary food at the River Oaks Republic Association.
Do you have pizza?
Well, this time, no, we're actually doing a holiday buffet.
Oh, okay.
Where we're having a carving station. We go all out
Wow.
in River Oaks.
Is that the Republic of River Oaks?
That's the Republic, River Oaks Republic.
Yeah.
And,
Have you officially seceded
Seceded?
from the
We're-
Council of Fort Lauderdale Civic Association?
we're going to take over the preserved pump station.
They're going to float away. They're not going to secede.
All right. I'm just glad we're talking about it, and it'll be a pleasure for these next 4 years with y'all. It'll be
right.
a fun time.
All right.
pleasure is
Thank
ours.
you. Thank you, Ted.
Yeah.
Am I invited?
Oh, of course. Oh, yes.
When is it?
This Thursday night, the First Nazarene Church, River Oaks Republic Civic Association meeting.
Time.
All right. Tricia Holiday, Susie Bailey, and then
Get
Jerry
notices from the
Bailey.
neighborhoods.
Well, good afternoon. I'm a little scared to be up here after that.
No, we're having a conversation. We're having a intelligent conversation instead of being shrouded in having to compete in an election process. We're actually listening to the experts, having a conversation, and trying to get the information out that's correct, rather than just incendiary comments that seem to attract voters. So.
Well, that's great. That's what I like. I like to listen to the experts. So I am really, really glad that this ULI was up. I want to thank you all for being here and giving us the presentation. I also want to thank Dr. Gassman and the staff for the additional 2 criteria that were up there. I really like that, and for clarifying a lot of this discussion this afternoon. I just had one question. When Commissioner Beason was asking about other people coming on later on in the process, it's my I think we have a newly hired City of Fort Lauderdale Community Rating System Coordinator, or a floodplain manager. His name is Mark Haggerty, and I would love to hear what he has to say about the ULI report and his input, because as it stands right now, we are rated, Fort Lauderdale is rated as a 7, and I know the Keys are a 3. And we could do much better. I know we could do much better, and I'd like to hear what he has to say about that. I know that Dr. Gassman has worked really, really hard and has done a number of things. I would like to make sure that we could, that would help us with our insurance.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. At some point, we can have that conversation. Did you want to add? You want to say something? Okay.
So the city recognizes the value of the community rating system. For those in the audience that don't know what that is, it's efforts that the city takes, which is a point system, and it results in discounts on National Flood Insurance Program premiums that our residents pay on their flood insurance. And so our current rating system provides a 15% discount. So the efforts that the city has made is providing a 15% discount on those premiums that our community is paying for their flood insurance. We're currently undertaking and finalizing an effort to complete a watershed review. If we are successful in submitting this watershed review plan to the National Flood Insurance Program, it is not only going to help us start to reduce where we are, but it's a requirement for us to be able to get all the way to a 4. We're currently at a 7. And so if we're successful in getting that plan approved, we now are opening the gate to go to up to 25 to 30% premium reductions. So this is happening now. That plan's been submitted for review, and it's a matter of the acceptance of that plan to allow us to qualify for that next level of point reduction for the CRS program.
All right, sounds great.
What's the timeline on that, roughly? When are you expecting to hear back whether we're going to go to a 4?
Well, we wouldn't go to a 4 immediately. What would happen is that once we had this plan in place, it's a prerequisite for us to continue to go down.
Okay.
So we have to have it in order to get to a 6, a 5, a 4.
And when are we expecting to hear?
I believe we're in the second part of the review. We've turned it in once. They've made recommendations, and so I believe that that's where we're at right now. And apologies, I'm not intimately working with that program, so Mr. Haggerty would have a better answer.
Great, thank you.
Susie Bailey, followed by Jerry Bailey, followed by Michael Schneider.
Welcome, Susie.
Hi. Hello, y'all, and again, congratulations to your success, and thank you for your years of dedication. So thank you. Those of you that, many of you know me, I'm the founder of R4R. It's a not-for-profit organization. Our main goal is addressing critical water problems like flood water, storm water, the healthy clean drinking water, and we're really right now is one of our main importances is dealing with the health and vitality of our priceless waterways. With this in mind, though, we've been dealing with a lot of different. We go to a lot of different meetings to get a lot of information on these 4 issues. And we really, we appreciate when residents really appreciate when you're included at these meetings. I want to thank the ULI and the city for allowing a lot of the residents to come forth to hear what you had to say. We're very, it felt very welcoming to see that we were invited and to hear what you had to say, and that you were open to listen to what we had to say. That was really important. One of the problems that we've had, and one of the reasons we started Residents for Resilience, is there was an information gap, and you sort of spoke of that, Commissioner Glassman, of that education that's needed. We try to fill that information gap between city leaders, government leaders, experts and scientists, and the general public, and try to be a liaison between those. Because without we have a little slogan that says, it's hard to care about what you don't know about. And there's a lot of things that residents don't know, and we need to know more. Just like you said, if there are meetings going on, let's say that the Army Corps of Engineers is going to come in and start talking to you all or talking to our public works officers, it would be nice if the general public was invited to that, because we need to hear what they're recommending, not just after the fact, but when they're there, so that we can ask questions while they're here. And when other specialists come in, it's really important for us to be able to not only hear what they have to say, but for the residents to have that voice, to ask questions and maybe talk about their fears or what they're concerned about. NOAA has given us a lot more. The data keeps on changing, as you all know, and that's really difficult for residents to keep up with. So is it going to be, does our house have to be 4 feet up, or does it have to be 10 feet up, because in Miami they're 10 feet up. These are just questions. I'm not saying one's right or one's wrong, but these are questions that really need to be addressed. And I appreciate you saying that today about we really need you as a commission needs to work on getting that education out, because we really strive for education, communication, advocacy, and then trying to get things done with collaboration. So again, I want to thank you and really try to, if you can, when you're having these important meetings, because there are going to be meetings about how do we retrofit for resilience, especially if we want to get these numbers down for insurance, like Trish was just talking about. We really need to work together, and we appreciate if you do invite us to those meetings. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Jerry, followed by Michael, followed by Charlie King.
Thank you for the time. You guys sure you want 4 more years of this? Okay. Good
Watch
luck.
what you wish for, right?
Yeah, exactly. First of all, I want to thank the commission. I want to thank Nancy Gassman for our tidal valves. They work. I know they're a short-term solution. They're no good when it rains, but I'd rather have rainwater on our street than salt water. So some of them are leaking now, and they need to be revisited, but they do work. The thing I wanted to touch on was the elephant in the room, Las Olas. Thanks for bringing it up, Dean. Most people don't know what's been done, but they know how they feel. Steve Wynn was a friend of mine. He said, people don't remember if they won or lost at my casino, but they remember how they felt. And if they had a good time, they want to come back. And when you drive up to Las Olas during I think I got them right, 33 king tide days, you think, what the hell's going on? I've lived there for 12 years. Why is nothing being done? There probably is a lot being done or planned to be done, but we don't know that. And my question is, what can we do on Las Olas during king tides without completely negatively impacting the south side to get rid of that water temporarily? That's my question. Thank you.
Stay tuned. Nancy, you want to respond?
Yeah.
Yeah, so as we discussed earlier regarding the 8 major projects that we're approaching for a Stormwater Master Plan Phase 1, the Southeast Isles, which includes the Las Olas Isles area, is part of that. When the city took jurisdiction of that portion of Las Olas over from the state, we inherited their stormwater management system. And their tidal valves on the north side of the street are gate valves on the front of the outfalls. All of our tidal valves are tucked inside the catch basins. The last catch basin is called the terminal catch basin before it gets to the outfall. So they're harder to maintain, and they're a different type of system than what we use everywhere else. So in 2025, we'll be bidding out the Southeast Isles project. It will include 2 large pump stations. Those pump stations will primarily serve the south side of Las Olas Boulevard. But while we're doing that, we will be repairing the north side catch basins, curb inlets, and putting in new tidal valves in the north side. And that should make a substantial difference in reducing the duration, intensity, and frequency of flooding on the Las Olas Isles, recognizing that it is an evacuation route and we need to protect it.
Okay, thank you. Does that answer your
Nancy,
question?
also, if you can address the fact, the other piece of this is that these are king tides like we've never experienced before.
Yeah,
So that's important that folks understand that the feat that they're rising to is just something we haven't seen, correct?
Correct. Since the tidal gauge got put in at Port Everglades, the highest tide that we've seen is 2.65 feet NAVD, and that high tide was associated with a storm surge. On Sunday, November 16th? 17th, thank you. On November 17th, we had a 2.6 foot tide. So we were only half an inch off of what we were seeing during a storm surge over the last 5 years. So yeah, the tides are coming in higher and higher, incrementally higher, and we are going to see locations that are traditionally impacted by king tides getting impacted at a deeper rate, but we're also seeing portions of the city that have never experienced king tides starting to have these impacts just because sea level is continuing to rise.
And I wanted to thank you for all that work and for the work that's coming. We have tried to get that information out in all the newsletters that we send because it's important. And we do actually hear from a lot of the residents in all of the neighborhoods along Las Olas that do appreciate the improvements. They see it. They see those improvements. They see what's happening when we did all the seawall work, when we're talking about the Southeast Isles Stormwater Improvement Program. They're seeing it. They're seeing the results of that, and they do appreciate it. Thank you.
Great.
Before you come on, Mike, Jerry, you say.
Will those valves solve the flooding on the south side of Las Olas?
Well, that's the whole point.
On the south side, on the north side of Las Olas, we need to put in new both pipes, and we need to address the catch basins and put in tidal valves on the north side. On the south side, we will be installing catch basins that are connected to what's called a force main, which will go to a pump station. And so the pump station will be pulling water off of the south side of Las Olas and being able to discharge it.
So it's pulling it off the street where it normally floods.
Yep.
And it's putting it right back in the canal from where it came.
No, it doesn't come
in a
from-
different canal.
Different. No,
So the rising water comes from our canal on either side of Las
Yes.
Olas, correct? Through the drain.
Yep.
So if you're sucking the water out of the south side of Las Olas, where are you putting it?
It back into the canals, and
It's just going to come right back up the
but the fact that we have the pumps that we will have the pumps that will be able to keep up with these kinds of impacts. And again, the pumps are primarily intended to address rainfall issues, but there is a side benefit of being able to deal with a certain level of tidal flooding as well. It's not, we will not be relying exclusively on the pumps to deal with it. This is one of the reasons why we've been raising the seawalls to try to reduce the amount of tides that are getting to our roadways. But the fact that there still is tidal impacts on the roadways, the pumping system that we are going to be installing on the south side of Las Olas will be an important tool to help reduce the intensity, duration, and frequency of flooding that is experienced on that side of Las Olas.
saltwater or freshwater?
Both.
So can you sit here and tell me now that the solution that you're coming up with will eliminate the flooding and the standing water on the south side of Las Olas?
I will tell you that we will never eliminate some type of ponding or flooding on the roadways. The goal of the stormwater master plan is not to keep the roads dry, but to keep them passable for a design storm. And so there are going to be storms that will exceed our ability to manage that amount of rain in the time frame that it falls. It's too intense. So our goal is always to keep the roads passable for the majority of the types of storms that we experience. But we cannot build a system that will keep the roads dry under any condition. This is the NOAA scenario. You're still going to build an ark.
So the only solution.
We can't predict the severity of the storms, but we know the severity of the king tides. I'm
Yes.
talking about the king tides.
So the only way we're going to ultimately keep them dry is to raise the level of the road. Okay. So in the meantime, this is the solution. To spend $40–50 million to raise the south side of Las Olas, we're not there yet.
Can I bring something else up? There's a Las Olas mobility project in the works. It has been for 8 years.
Yeah. Where are we with that?
Behind the design people. Well, we haven't even really got into the design yet of that project. We just approved the firm for the eastern portion of Las Olas, I think at the last meeting or so. So
Yeah.
that's just beginning. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, Jerry, we
Yeah.
can't. You really need to
Yeah.
come back to the mic. But before you do, I know you don't want to come up. I understand. No. This is not a debate. I think Nancy Gassman, if you want to talk with her after the meeting, she'll be available to answer your questions. But to your point, ultimately the goal is to raise the street. That's the only solution. If 2.65 feet has been the level of the storm surge, so we need to raise it at least 3 feet in order to keep it dry. So in the meantime, though, we have these other measures which we're employing, which we can utilize before we raise the street and even after in order to keep the street dry. Okay. Passable. Correct. Michael.
Okay, so just a few things. One thing I thought is that if we know certain areas are prone to flooding, shouldn't we put up barriers ahead of time, to try and prevent the same thing from happening again as far as cars going into areas where they get stalled out and everything? Because it didn't seem to happen last time, on Broward. And so, you had people going in and have the same thing happen again that happened, at the prior event. Anyway, it seemed like there should be some sort of planning to alert the public, like this is not, you don't bring your car into this area. Anyways, that's one thing. Another thing is I had said before that, you can see there's not that many people here that really represent the citizens at this meeting. And of course people, are watching at home or whatnot, but it seems like it would be good for the city as far as like educating the public to have sites designated where they could go, for instance, to find out what the plans are regarding certain things. So, for instance, I had said this to Dean before. If you're sitting in traffic and you have smoke coming out of your ears because you're so frustrated, that you're waiting and you can't get through where you want to get through, and if there was a site where you could go to find out what are the plans, what's going to happen, because like you said, nothing's going to happen right away. These things take a long time to happen. But if you at least had a place where you could go and see, well, at some point, this is what's going to be happening here, so that you can be patient or think, well, the city isn't. It's not that the city isn't doing anything. They have plans, but we want to be able to know what they are, and so people can't be expected to go back and look at all of these meetings to try and figure out, find what's happening with one specific issue or one specific a project area. So it seems like the city should have like a place where you could go and be able to see what specifically is happening in certain locations on a map in the city, what's being planned, so that you're not aggravated, so that you can anticipate, that there's going to be some improvement. And you can maybe do the same thing with waterways too. If you live on a street that has flooding, and then you could go to a site and see, well, this is what's in the works. And then maybe people wouldn't be as frustrated, because you're saying you want to educate people better about what you're doing and what is available. But again, it has to be easy and palatable for the general public, So it seems like something like that could maybe make it easier for people, to know what you are working on. Because otherwise it's just too big. Like, this is your job. You did this day in and day out, but we don't. We're not, as savvy as you are about these things. So, anyway, that's
with the balance, Mayor, with this conversation and a balance. I believe we are doing, we are in an effort of educating. We're trying to educate our neighbors, but also the part that we are not putting enough effort to. We have people, neighbors, who are going through this season after season. This is what they're experiencing over and over. Even with the education, that becomes, you said frustrating. It becomes PSD as well. People are dealing with flooding that at this point, if it starts to sprinkle, they are really concerned about the rain level. Understanding that we have plans, we're making more plans, but how do we balance that? This is my question to the commission. How do we balance this where our neighbors understand that it's not only a plan that's in place, there's action that's going along with that plan? If you're telling me we got to wait 8, 9, 10 years to correct something, 10, 9, 8 years I'm waiting for something to happen, that's not giving me any form of security. That's the part that I believe, as commission and in collaboration with staff, that's where we need to put the shovel to figure out how to solve this problem.
Nancy, do you want to respond to that?
Yeah, Nancy, isn't a lot of the information and plans that was just referenced on the city's website?
Yes, there's information there. I'm sorry, Nancy, I don't mean to answer for you. Information is on the website. However, when it's pouring down, raining in front of my house, that information is not comforting to me.
Right.
So with that, that is what I'm saying. We need to
No, I
find
understand,
the
but
balance.
it was just brought to our attention that how do people know what's going on? And my question is, isn't it all there right on the city's website on the Public Works page?
Yes, so-
All of these plans, Fortify Lauderdale, what's coming in the future, what we're working on, isn't it all posted already online?
Yeah, so you're really asking two different questions. The question is, if I have the leisure and interest, can I find information about what's going on in the city? Every master plan is posted on the engineering master plan website, and many of them are written in a more lay style, especially the stormwater master plan number 1. The maps are easy to understand, and that's available on the city's website. But to the gentleman's point about what's happening in my neighborhood, we have a program on the website called Lauder Works, and it has all of the community investment plan projects listed and their current status. And so when you get into the portal, you put in your address, you tell it what type of project you're interested in, water, wastewater, stormwater. It will zoom into your area and it'll show you what those projects are and it'll give you the information.
And Mayor, if I can add, any of the active projects, we post monthly updates for each of them on the website and actually push those out through the neighborhood associations in that area, so they have those updates as well.
Right, and to address Commissioner Beasley Pittman's question, when the rain's coming down, now what? Where am I going to get that information? And the city has put in a number of communication processes in place where people can voluntarily sign up to get alert FTLs, which gives them up-to-date information on what's happening, what the city's doing, what they can expect. And there are also other tools, social media, where that type of information is being put out every 12 hours, every 8 hours, depending on the type of event we're experiencing in. But when you have a community of 184,000 people, how do you reach every single person? I often get asked, well, why can't you just send out a text to everyone? The only way we can get those phone numbers is if people sign up for Alert FTL. And so it's one of the reasons why we advertise Alert FTL a lot during the pre-storm season, so that we can reach as many people as we can with that up to the minute information.
I think what might be helpful, and my office does try to get a lot of information out. We always publish the Lauder Works information. We publish everything you've just said consistently. But what you just said about that step-by-step, how you put in your address and how you can find out, that if that could be somehow just a flyer in and of itself, Susan, that would be, I think, very helpful. Just to walk people through that process in case they're not familiar with this, or they don't want to read everything that I'm putting into a newsletter, but just here's how you can find out this, and this, and it's an easy 3-step process. I think that would be really helpful, and we can get that out. Thanks.
Okay.
Could I comment about something you mentioned? I'm going to forget if I don't comment right now. When you said at the beginning, and maybe this could help you in the short run. I don't know about the rest of you, but I get inundated with ideas left and right. And I've had this a couple times. Somebody had sent me a system or a product. I don't know, maybe Alan, you could comment it, or and Nancy. The best way I could describe it is inflatable, deployable temporary barrier. These looks like a big barrier that you could be deployed right ahead of a storm or during the beginning of a storm. It fills up. I don't know if it blows up or something, but on major roadways that are going to flood, is there temporary solutions until we have permanent solutions that we could at least do something about? Have you seen those systems?
And we have actually one deployed currently in one of the neighborhoods, and Dr. Gassman can speak about it.
Yeah, so again, our challenge when we have a flooding situation is not knowing where the resources need to be deployed. The April rainstorm event was very much focused in the south portion of the city. And if we had deployed all of our resources to the south part of the city in anticipation of the storm, and then it's the north part of the city that ended up getting flooded, we would have deployed them in the wrong place. And so as much as the community wants us to pre-position every asset that we have in the various locations, we really want the opportunity to be able to assess where the challenges are and to put those assets in the most critical locations. One of the things that we were asked about is, why can't you put barriers to keep people from driving on roads that are flooded? Again, it's really challenging to be able to know where the roads are flooded and to be able to deploy that. Now, Commissioner Vice Mayor Glassman had given a multi-point plan for flooding, and one of the things that he had recommended in that plan was to look at flood sensors so that we can know more quickly where we're having flood challenges throughout the city. And that's something we're currently working on and researching to determine if that's something that we can use in the city to more quickly respond. The Public Works Department has also put together a flash flood response plan. So these are not things that we are ignoring. These are things that we are proactively planning for. We've increased the resources we have available. We've increased the contracts that we have available to deploy after a flooding situation. And so the work is being done. But to your continuing point, the public doesn't always know what's happening inside the city. And in the end, it's always about what's happening in front of my house. And I completely understand that. Any homeowner wants to protect their most valuable possession.
And to that end, also, that was one of the issues that came up with the barricade concept. And I will say that, just for my colleagues' information, at a recent meeting that I had with neighborhood presidents, we did distribute the yard signs that basically said,
high tide.
This is coming up now, be careful. And they've been utilized in some of our neighborhoods where the presidents took that information, took those yard signs, and that's been helpful because it did actually warn people, be very careful when you're driving here. So I wanted to thank staff for that, because those signs are helpful. Another point of my flood plan was the hiring of a resiliency officer. So I'm glad we fulfilled that as well. Thank
Indeed.
you.
I think it's important to recognize that when we have put out barriers during high tide to prevent people from getting on roads, the residents want us to take the barriers down at low tide and then put them back at high tide.
Right.
We have 2 high tides a day, and again, the resources to do that are phenomenal.
Right. Thank you.
And we will be providing in January an update on where we are as in relation to those suggestions that you had made.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you.
So I just want to say I'm really happy with what all just got said right now, because it's informative for everybody. And if I'm not aware enough about where to find what, obviously a lot of other people that don't even pay as much attention are not aware enough about where to find what to keep up on, things like that. So the more you can reiterate that, to the general public, obviously the less they'll be just spouting off about how the commission isn't doing anything, So anyway, thank you very
They'll
much.
do it anyway. So. Thank you. Charlie King.
I used to have a house over on Riviera Isle. I think I had it for like 12 years or so, like a rental house that I had fixed up. And it was just scary, how much water was showing up there. And I would come down here and I would fight with the previous mayor, Jack Seiler. He didn't feel it was the city's obligation to keep the roads above sea level. It was like, and one of them, him or Romney or somebody would have like an old teacher that lived on the street who was flooding the entire street, and we couldn't ask her to raise her seawall. It was you guys have to raise the roads. That's like what the solution is eventually, especially over on Las Olas. The road has to be raised. They wanted their heads in. This is why they were actively looting the water and sewer system, that they were doing this. So you have to begin somewhere. You don't raise every road at the same time, but you have to start raising some. Those are some of the most scary things. I mean, I'm a real estate agent. When digging a hole to put a sign in, sometimes you hit the water really fast. Like it's like a paper thin layer of dry land, and you're in the water in inches, so a lot of that is very scary. Some other things that could be done, as far as like where I live over on Victoria Park Road there, and in my neighborhood, we have a lot of like these builders that are starting to do this stuff. You only used to see it in Pompano, like where they're not knocking they're keeping the slab and keeping a couple walls and that sort of thing. I'm assuming that's getting them out of drainage requirements and that sort of thing. And anybody that's building a new construction is raising their land a couple feet. So why are you letting people continue to do that? That seems like a free thing you can start to do, is like stop leaving the slab. If they can't leave the slab and get around all these regulations for drainage, they will raise the property. It doesn't cost you anything. It's just the right thing to do. In my case, this guy that did this is also taking down some 300-year-old oak tree that's like 5 feet around. This building department gave them a permit for $2,000 to do it. It's like, he's getting around a lot. There's a lot of things that people are getting around that you guys are just not doing the right thing right now. So that's one thing. Swales, I agree with the mayor. They're just ditches. I mean, it's a joke. You should stop treating it like it's a drainage system. It's just, I dug a ditch in front of my house. That's my drainage system. They don't work, and we should stop pretending that they work. You should just abandon them. Say, we don't need ditches anymore. You go up to those towns like in South Palm Beach, everybody's got curbs up there and sidewalks, and I assume there's a giant pipe under the road that takes rainwater away. That's what you need to start doing eventually, but stop the cult of swales. It's like they don't do anything. They're probably designed for 1 inch of rain or something. You know, tell people that. And stop making it all about swales. It's not. In my case over there, we have like water that rushes around the corner. It can't get across Victoria Park Road. Tonight on your agenda, you have an Andy Beck Park thing where you're spending $500,000. If you guys would just put a pipe that would cross the road, you could alleviate a lot of flooding that would just cross the road. You can't get across Victoria Park Road. There's lots of little things like that you can do to, that aren't replacing the road, but they will solve flooding issues. This guy that's building this house doesn't realize that the water used to come all the way around, used to come up my driveway. My house is now much higher. My neighbor was getting water up to his front door. His new house is going to have water up to its front door because he's not raising his property at all.
Well, shame on them.
He's probably going to sell it. He's an owner builder, and the next guy will get stuck with it. He'll be wondering what happened.
All right.
Mayor, if Chris could come up here, I want to know if that's correct about if you keep the slab. That was an interesting point. So I want to know if that's true, where if you keep your slab,
And
you don't have to do
a couple walls, too.
Yeah, that you don't have to do what you probably should be doing. And is that just prevalent now, and it's not a problem?
Yeah, so there's probably two things here. So one is meeting the current flood regulations. So any improvement to a property that exceeds 50% of the value, that property needs to be brought up to current flood regulations. So whatever the flood zone is, the day they pull the permit, they'd have to come in above that elevation. So keeping a slab probably wouldn't allow for that. And then drainage is separate. So drainage is really just the retention requirements for that site and the amount of pervious versus impervious surface that is a result. So if they leave a slab here, build a house over here, they're still going to have to figure out what the proper drainage is for that impervious surface.
But what's the whole point of those who are remodeling and they take the house down to the slab and a couple of walls? What's going on there? Do you know what we're talking about?
I don't know, but in terms of flood regulations,
I don't know if it's flood regulations, but does it have to do with the 50% rule? Like, if you're building a house that requires less than 50% cost to remodel, then you don't have to bring it up to current codes. Is that still the rule?
That's the rule, right?
Yeah.
And it's over a period of time. I think for flood, it's 2 years.
But have we raised the minimum elevation recently that new construction has to comply with?
So there's a new flood map that FEMA adopted. I think probably became effective around June, July of this year, and that increased the heights that everything new needs to be built at, depending on whatever flood zone that they're in.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wish to speak on this item? Commissioner, have any other final comments?
I have a couple
Go ahead.
thoughts.
Go ahead.
I've talked a lot. I could speak last, but
Go ahead.
Okay. Go ahead. Before I begin, I do want to say one thing, Susan, if I could just address you briefly. We discussed this with Broward Health. As you know, I work with Broward Health. I'm with them on a regular basis. In April, they opened up their command center because of flooding. Since then, several times, and this might be low-hanging fruit for this road elevation idea. Since then, several times, every time there's a major storm, they have to open up their command center because their front gate, their entranceway is flooded, and more importantly, a couple little tiny spots by their employee garage is flooded, and they have to have nurses and physical therapists and whatnot doing double shifts and staying there because it's not the flood itself; they just can't get in and out of the hospital or in and out of the employee garage. So, is there a way that we could work with them? I mean, I just got a text from them and maybe dealing with raising that little piece of elevation to a critical road. I mean, a critical roadway. Broward General can't be any more critical in this county.
Is it on Andrews?
Well, there's one on, I think on Andrews and on 3rd and right by a couple spots, little tiny spots, so deep that people can't even get in, and they have to do emergency shifts just because they can't get the people out or get them in, and they're anticipating ahead of time. People can't get into the garage to park, and they have to activate their emergency operations center simply because they can't get in and out of the garage.
But this is going from a city road onto the hospital property?
Well, part of it's city road, and part of it is the entranceway there, and part of it is the side road that goes. That's the side road that goes, that spills out from the garage. So some of it, one end it's Broward General, the other end is a city road. So something we could work with them
So
on.
no, I recall someone discussing it. Let me find out from staff where we are with that project.
And this would be, I guess this would be a road elevation issue but a little tiny piece right there.
Dr. Gassman has some familiarity with this situation.
Yeah. So one of the challenges that we have in this community is that we have multi-jurisdictional roadways. Andrews
Yep.
Avenue and Southwest 3rd Avenue are county roads. And so the city has really no ability to influence the elevation of those roadways. When Dr. Sturman, Commissioner Sturman, brought this to our attention during, I believe, the June rainstorm, we went out on 15th Ave and looking through the roadway that runs through the center between the parking garage and the hospital, completely cleaned that system, and we are continuing to troubleshoot challenges there. But you should have seen a substantial improvement in that location in terms of the flooding on the roadway, because we've been watching it very carefully and making sure we understand what the challenges are there.
But how about on the back side, on the northern side of the garage? You're talking about the southern side of the garage.
I'm talking the northern side of the garage, 15th.
On the northern side, where it exits from there.
And there's a recent construction project just to the north of the garage, and that was also impacting the drainage in that location.
Okay, but I was asked just to. I could follow up with you.
Yeah,
Okay,
please
thank
do.
you. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman, do you have any questions?
No other questions.
You're good? Vice Mayor?
I'm good.
Okay. Thank you so much for your presentation. We really appreciate it. And what's that? I can't hear you.
Direction.
Oh, you want direction?
How does the commission want us to
We want you to
move
raise
forward?
all the roads on Las Olas Isles, including Las Olas Boulevard.
Next week.
And get it done within the next 60
Would you
days.
like us to pursue in the next funding round to do a master plan related to road elevation?
Yes.
Well, how many times haven't we already done that?
We have not.
No.
We've never done that?
No.
No, the vulnerability assessment, once again, gives us an idea of where the challenges are, but it doesn't provide the detail and the costing for what we would need to do in those locations.
All right, so this would be in the adaptation action areas, the most vulnerable areas, not throughout the whole city, just
For this particular effort, the recommendation would be to look across the whole city. Most of the areas of concern, as you've pointed out, are in the adaptation action areas. But again, the new vulnerability assessment gives us the opportunity to look very closely and be able to pick out the segments of those streets that would be of greatest concern.
So why don't we do that? And my recommendation is to do it in phases so that it doesn't take forever to get it done. In other words, do the most vulnerable areas first, if it can be done, if it can be segmented, because by the time you do the whole city, it could take 5 years. Whereas if you just did the most vulnerable areas, we might have some options and solutions earlier than say an area like my neighborhood, which does not have as many problems as other areas do. Does that make sense? Does that make sense?
So are you asking to phase the master plan, or are you asking to phase
the master plan?
Okay.
I'm not sure that makes sense, though. I want to hear what you have to say about that. I'm not sure you should phase a master plan. I'm sure you could phase implementation of the master plan, but I think we might have to look at this more holistically. That's just my opinion. I'm a lay person when it comes to this, but what works best for the master plan? Would a phased master plan even be any less time than just doing it holistically?
Well, I guess that's the question to ask.
Yeah, I think if we are able to use the existing vulnerability assessment, it will point us to roads that are more critical at this time, and we're able to categorize those roads, and so it would create a prioritization. To Mr. Hyde's recommendation from the panel, from an equity standpoint, we would want to do the whole city to make sure that we've captured any potential area that could be impacted.
But to the Vice Mayor's question, would it save any time to do it in a segmented way, or is an entire city approach the only way to efficiently accomplish it?
I think if we are able to categorize the roadways to determine what we believe is the most vulnerable and focus on those things first, then we won't, and do the costing for that piece. That would take less time than trying to cost out everything across the entire city.
So,
But I think it defeats the purpose to do it in pieces and to do it in phases, because I think that you have to do it overall, and then that overall master plan will identify the specifics that you need moving forward and all of those priorities. And I don't know, I just seem to think that the overall for the city master plan is a better way to go.
I don't want to make this
I
too
find myself
complicated.
agreeing with the vice mayor here on this one. Because, and I do that occasionally, Steve, because, I mean, any piece you do affects the domino effect. Whatever you do in one piece affects feasibility on other pieces too. And like you said, you could implement them in phases, but you could plan them holistically.
When we did the seawall, the original seawall master plan, we looked at every seawall, costed out every seawall, but then we made a recommendation in a table that said, these are the ones we need to do in the next 5 years, these are the ones we need to do in the next 10 years, these are the ones we need to do in the next 15 years. And that way it was consistent with the capital improvement plan, recognizing, of course, that there's currently no funding for this project at all.
Okay. All right. So do the whole thing then.
We'll put in a decision package for next year's budget.
I agree.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you all.
Okay, city commission reports. Commissioner Beasley Pittman. Want to begin with your list from the last time?
No, I'm not going to go back. The mayor is suggesting that I go back from 2 weeks ago and share from that point, but I'm not. I'm going to stay within the time zone here. This has been a really a great couple of weeks that we've been just being productive and doing what we normally do. On Friday, November the 8th, our chaplain, Ron Perkins, had his annual prayer breakfast, which was held at the Fort Lauderdale Yacht Club. I was able to attend that, had opportunity to, I like to say, fellowship with a lot of the other firemen and law enforcement. It was a great breakfast, really enjoyed it. Also, I left from the prayer breakfast to go to the Veterans Day Salute watch party that was at the YMCA on 6th Trunk Boulevard. This was in collaboration and also in conjunction with the YMCA's overall Veterans Day Salute that they have annually out in Western, but they tried something new this year. They reached out to YMCA's all over the county, and they had small watch parties. And with these watch parties, they were able to also identify veterans that actually are in the communities and not necessarily having to travel to Western. So it was a great event. I really liked the concept. They used it as a pilot program, and I think it's something that they really should continue. It was really intimate. A lot of neighbors came out. The Black Box Theater was actually filled with a lot of the neighbors and a lot of our veterans, and we were able to salute them on that day. So that was a great opportunity. Also on Friday, November the 8th, at Mills Pond with the Broward Healthy Start, we were able to have what they call the amazing diaper distribution. And this is the second time we've had that at Mills Pond, and it's a great opportunity not only for our neighbors within the city, but this draws individuals from all over the county as well. And it is fulfilling a great need where individuals do need diapers, and they offer food as well and some other resources. So it's a great opportunity for us as a city to be in that position to host this and allow others to come in and see how we are collaborating and helping with a need. Also on Sunday, November the 10th, we attended a gala for the Women's Veterans Affair. It was a military ball, and that was a great opportunity. 11 veterans were honored for different services that they have contributed, not only for our nation, but also within our communities. On Monday, November the 11th, on Veterans Day, the mayor and I, we were here for the Veterans Day ceremony that was here, right here on the banks of the New River. Great, as always, great ceremony. I enjoy that ceremony, and even though it's 11 o'clock in the day, in the heat of the day, it's a wonderful presentation, and it is very well done, and it's quick and to the point. But it does acknowledge our veterans, and it's always a wonderful event. Also, moving forward a couple days, on November the 12th, we were here in this very room celebrating the life of Tom Ansbro. And we, as a city, co-workers with him, we had an opportunity to hear and share about our journey with Tom. And it was a beautiful, beautiful opportunity. To those who organized it and put it together, it was beautiful. And I felt really good when I left. It was filling to the heart. So thank you for all of you who did partake and make that celebration of life, honoring Tom's life. I had the pleasure of attending the National League of City conference Wednesday, November 13th through Saturday, November the 16th. And actually, this was the league's 100th anniversary. And it was an amazing event. This is my second time attending. We were in Tampa. Mayor, I got to tell you, Tampa laid it out. They really did an amazing job embracing and inviting all the cities from over our nation to partake in the conference. I had not been to that part of Tampa where they have their Riverwalk with their convention center, and it's amazing. It's a really great concept how everything is walkable. You know, that's something that we're saying that we want to attain here in the city of Fort Lauderdale, and they've done a great job with it, and just a great opportunity. With the National League of Cities conference, it's an opportunity for elected officials, our mayors, just anyone that really has a hands-on with working with our government and our civic opportunities. They had conferences sessions covering everything from the homelessness that we're all facing, dealing with how to deal with budgets, working together better with city managers. It was just a great layout of opportunities, and it was a great opportunity. I'm glad that I was able to attend. Also, a lot of conversation that I sat in on was two things. It was about the homelessness and understanding that we know this is not just unique to Fort Lauderdale, but understanding that this is definitely a problem that we're facing across our nation. And it's unique to hear some of the stories and the methods of what other cities are doing to combat it. And then also to know that we are on track. We are the direction that we're going in. We are in a good direction, and we just need to continue on that path.
So did you hear from other Florida cities what they're doing to comply with the new state statute? Did that conversation ever come up?
It was, I'm going to say no, because it seems as though it was a opportunity that they didn't want to bring out this whole conversation about what governors were imposing. So it was
states.
Yeah, so it was kind of a stay away type of a subject, but just saying what they were doing and how they were approaching it. There was a conversation with Seattle, Washington. They have a large homeless population as well, and how they have what they're doing with housing, with the sheltering of the tiny houses, the shelters that we've been talking about. Yeah. So this is something that they've been doing for a while. So again, like I said, the path that we're on with here in the city of Fort Lauderdale is things that are being done across the nation. So we're not off track. If a lot of our neighbors, these conversations we have, it's what are we doing? We're not doing enough, or we're taking the wrong approach. But it's consistent with what's being laid out across the nation. Okay, and then also know there was something else. That's it. Let me tell you about what's coming up.
Okay.
All right. On Friday, the 29th, which is the Friday after the Thanksgiving celebration, Thanksgiving's Day, right here in Esplanade Park, there is a community gospel holiday concert here at Esplanade Park. This is for the whole city. We're really excited about this opportunity, offering something additional for us to do other than just Friday shopping. So come on out, and we know how we do it here. We bring our lawn chairs and blankets or whatever you like, but it's an opportunity just to get out and be with your neighbors, be with our neighbors, and have a good time. Also on Saturday.
Well, you can still do your shopping at 6
Yeah,
a.m.
early,
Isn't that when the store is open?
Yeah, because this is from 5. This is from 5 to 10. Yeah. So it's in the evening. Your shopping will be done, and if you're like me, you already figured it out. Black Friday already started 2 weeks ago. You should be done shopping by now. So come on out and just have a good time. The Shop Small Businesses is Saturday, November the 30th. This is an opportunity for us to remember our smaller entrepreneurs and shops that are in our communities. Go out and patronize them. At Carter Park, from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. in the gym, there is a pop-up store where we have invited over 30 vendors to come out. So if you're looking for shopping opportunities, this is a good place to come out. And then you're contributing and helping those entrepreneurs in our city as well. Friday, December the 6th is Light Up Six Trunk. I'm looking forward to being able to be with my colleagues. This year with our Light Up opportunities, the schedule's been kind of off. We missed a couple because of meetings, and we haven't been able to stand together like we normally do with our Light Up opportunities. So there are some scheduled and coming up, but again, for Six Trunk, that's Friday, December the 6th, 5 p.m. That's on Six Trunk Boulevard and 9th Avenue. So I look forward to my colleagues standing when we, flip the light up that beautiful Christmas tree. And also on Friday, December the 13th, within Carter Park, there's a annual Light Up Carter Park that is done through the neighbors and the park as well. And we invite everyone to come out. This is a great. That is Friday, December the 13th. Friday the 13th. Yes, Friday the 13th. And Mary, you're usually there with me when we do that. And it's another opportunity where the community comes out. There are some stakeholders that give additional items, a lot of bicycles that are given away. They highlight our youth from the different parks in the area. And it's a great night out. It's more, I call that one a little bit more intimate because it brings the neighborhood in. So that's what we're doing. And I'll conclude with that.
All right. Thank you so much. Vice Mayor.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I wanted to commend staff, Parks and Rec in particular. Last night we had Light Up the Beach. I think that might have been the largest crowd I've ever seen on the corner of Las Olas and A1A. I don't remember ever seeing a crowd that size on all of the light ups that we've done there. What a beautiful night we had, 77 degrees, no humidity. It was nice. Mayor, you were there. Commissioner Sturman, you were there. But I received so many really nice text messages today about that event. Folks really enjoyed it. Kids had the pony rides, they had the bounce houses, the symphonic winds were playing. It was just really a lovely spirit. And great. And then when, Mayor, you invited kids to come up and flip the switch, and all 1,200 of them charged the stage. That was a beautiful moment. It was a beautiful moment. I said, "What is he, crazy? He's inviting all these kids to come to the stage." Jeez. Anyway, it worked out.
They were so cute.
And
nobody was electrocuted.
And it just worked out so beautifully.
Can I just say one thing though?
Yeah, maybe later.
No,
okay,
no,
okay, go ahead.
So. The only problem I saw was that it was dark. In other words, we flipped the switch and the trees went on, but the bounce houses were complete darkness. It was very dark. And in the future, we should light those up because, kids are bouncing around in there. It would be good to have some lighting there, number one. And number two, we need to have a tree there. I mean, Sistrunk has the most beautiful tree. I think it's the biggest tree of all the light up events. And people are looking for, when we flip the switch, they're waiting for a big tree to light up.
We do have a beautiful tree. What are you talking about?
It was a little tree.
No, you're talking about the stage tree, but on the
No,
corner
there was a tree,
at Las Olas
yeah.
and A1A.
Yeah, no one can see it. No one can see it. It needs
There
to
was
be
a tree.
in the
A
middle.
beautiful tree.
In the middle, like Rockefeller Center. It just needs to be like in the middle, and we need to have a big tree.
There's a big tree.
We'll borrow it from Sistrunk.
There's a big tree. It's a beautiful tree.
Just for the night.
It's a beautiful tree. Right on the corner of A1A and Las Olas is a beautiful tree.
Just saying. Okay, I'm sorry.
You didn't walk over?
I'm going to have to go over and
wants a
check
lot of
out the
trees.
tree.
There was a tree.
Please check
It's a
out.
beautiful tree.
I didn't see it. Okay.
The Vice Mayor and I took a photo by the tree.
Didn't mean to interrupt you. But
No
go ahead.
problem. It's a beautiful tree. But anyway, I just want to thank Parks and Rec and Carl and the whole staff for putting all that together. You know what I do miss, though, especially now that event has grown to the size that it is, attracting so many people. A few years back, we actually had some fireworks after we lit everything up. If you remember that, that was a nice little touch. We did do that a few years back. I'm just thinking because of the size of this event now and how many people are showing up, that might just be exciting because when we flipped the switch and all the lights went on, there were also fireworks, and it was just, I'm just, saying, whatever.
We could jazz it up a little bit.
I remember that.
Yeah.
We could jazz it up
They
a
were
little
at
bit.
all
Yes.
the events.
Or
Right
those
over
big
the-
sparkler
Yeah,
things.
right over the ocean. It was really very exciting. People loved it. But anyway, thank you for that event. It was really, really nice. Coming up, all of the neighborhood associations are having their get-togethers, their holiday parties in District 2. We're going to kick it off rather early this year. This Friday is the Nurmi Isle. Nurmi Isle's holiday party, those three streets that make up that neighborhood. So that'll be this Friday. Then Tuesday, December 10th, the Central Beach Alliance is having its holiday party. Also looking forward to Wednesday, December 11th, the Fraternal Order of Police holiday party. Very quickly, a couple of things. I wanted to
Where is
just
that at?
Tap 42, I think.
Tap 42. Again,
yes.
Tap 42. Okay.
Oh God, you make it. It's hard for me to move this arm. Hold on. December 11th. Okay. Oh my God. Okay. December 11th. Yes, FOP, Tap 42. Okay. I wanted to a congratulations shout out. If you remember, on September 3rd, we did a proclamation honoring ABA Centers of Florida Day in the city of Fort Lauderdale. And Chris Barnett. It was really nice because they actually placed in the top 5 businesses across the United States, which was really terrific. Inc. 5000 named them the number 5 fastest growing private companies in America. And we did that back in September. And then just recently, on the 16th in Palm Springs, California, Chris was honored by Ernst & Young as the Entrepreneur of the Year, overall national winner in the United States. That's a really big honor, a big accomplishment, and I just wanted to make sure that everyone said congratulations because that's huge. There were over, I believe, a group of 214 nominees for Entrepreneur of the Year. Those were the regional winners across the United States. They represent 185 companies nationwide. So for him to build a business that shows that kind of innovation and then to be recognized out of those 214 eligible winners from around the United States as the Entrepreneur of the Year, I just wanted to say congratulations.
So not to interrupt you again, but what that shows is the importance of financial services and the growth of that industry here in our city. And I think that needs to be the highlight of your comments, in addition to Chris being recognized, because his industry is now part of the new economic base for Fort Lauderdale, as we see more and more financial service companies finding their home here in Fort Lauderdale.
No, thank you. I was actually going to say all that, but I just didn't get the chance. But no, thank you. I appreciate that. And yes, and that company here employs 2,000 people. So again, congratulations to Chris and to ABA Centers. And we're very proud to have that company headquartered in Fort Lauderdale. The only other comment I'd like to address to Susan and to perhaps Dwayne for an upcoming agenda, I would like to revisit an issue that I've brought up many times over the years, and I want to be able to discuss the notion of lobbyists serving on boards, committees, and task forces moving forward. We need to talk about that. We need to maybe talk about how we carve out certain boards where we do need lobbyists and also development team people like on the Downtown Development Authority, the Broward Center for the Performing Arts. I could see where that might have to be a carve out, but I'll leave it out. I'll leave it up to your wisdom in terms of how we do something like that, but I would like to have that conversation moving forward. And that's it from me. Thank you, Mayor.
Perhaps you can bring that up at our goal-setting session as one of goals that the commission can consider in the next year?
Yes, or even sooner. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Sterling.
Yeah, I have one item, but it's going to take a little bit of time. But I'm going to have either Chris or Anthony, if you could come up. Right. On this evening's agenda, we are going to be talking about the noise ordinance. It's coming up for first reading tonight. Is that right, Susan?
Yes, that's
right.
That's
correct.
happening.
And what I had done is I had told my community we had a town hall, and we were planning on having at least one more ahead of time. And obviously, with the election and everything coming through, we tried to squeeze it in, and we couldn't. So we're going to bring it up tonight, but now that under no pressure, without no yelling, screaming, going ahead of the ordinance, I just want to ask a couple summary of what's going on with the noise ordinance. If you could just come on up. I have a few questions, but if you want to. We had spoken on Friday. You were going to do a brief presentation, if you could, or just
Yeah, so
or a
if
little
I could
summary.
get the noise ordinance presentation brought up, please.
Well,
No, because I have a couple of
that's an
questions.
item tonight.
I know, but still, I'd like to just touch upon a couple of things
Okay.
real briefly.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
There's a couple of people who can't make it tonight that are going to be watching on video, and they have a
Okay,
couple
all
of
right,
questions to
okay.
you. And I mean, just real briefly go through.
Well, what are your questions?
Well, here's a couple of questions, and I could go through if you could highlight this real quick. First of all, once again, for the people at home that are watching, the geographic area that's going to be mainly affected, the time frame. The biggest issue is low frequency, and I have a specific question about that. And there's one property, Susan, that we had spoken about that you said it is infected, it is impacted. And one last question is repeat offenders, how we could deal with those. Some of the people, establishments, they just go to, it's easier for them to just pay the fine and keep offending, and how we could deal with some of those issues. And these are things that the community want me to bring up now.
So
that they could make it this evening.
I'm going to bring up Katrina Johnson, our Community Enhancement and Compliance Manager. She was also part of the Noise Advisory Committee from staff, so she's probably best suited to answer some of these questions
Okay,
for
great.
you.
Thank you so much. Welcome.
Good
We're not going to
afternoon.
bite your head off. Welcome.
I've been here many times. I'm good.
Okay. First of all, start with the geographic areas that are mainly affected.
I would say
It's the entertainment zones, right?
I would say any venue areas. So it's the beach, Los Olas,
Yeah. Okay.
Special Entertainment District.
Okay. Here's the biggest question. How do you deal with the low frequency, the bass noises that was brought up there? If you could just
So
recap.
that's in item number 1. We're going to add DBC limits to the table in Chapter 17, and so that will address the low frequencies.
Okay. Okay.
I just need to object to this in terms of process, City Attorney. This is on the screen now, so this is being broadcast. This is not on the agenda right now. Is that okay? We're talking about this all tonight, right? It's on the agenda. But I just want to know, process-wise, if this is all okay to be broadcast like this. People could have been here if they knew we were going to talk about it in the afternoon. They were not noticed about this.
So in terms of the commissioner making inquiries during his reports, he can, but he needs to be advised that this does not become a part of the record of the actual ordinance public hearing this afternoon. So any changes or anything would have to be restated as part of that item later this afternoon during the regular meeting.
So process-wise, this is okay to be broadcasting this information when it's not on the agenda and people have not been noticed about it, and we're discussing this right now, and that's okay?
The commission is not taking any action on this. This is a commissioner making inquiries, which
Right.
is why I'm making the distinction with regards to what happens tonight, that you all can't make decisions to make changes to the ordinance based on this discussion because there's a noticed review of the ordinance public meeting later on at the regular meeting agenda. So
Then
I
why are
mean,
we even having this discussion now?
I would advise that you don't have the
Well,
discussion,
exactly.
but the
Yeah,
commissioner can make his inquiries.
Okay,
on his
it makes
report.
no sense to me at all, and I don't think it's regular process, and I'm just taking exception to it for the record, because I just don't think it's fair to people that might want to have been here for this discussion at this time, if they knew we were having this discussion, or even this clarification with staff. So this entire process just makes no sense to me.
Well, I did speak to Dwayne beforehand, and he did mention to me that even if I brought it up here, there is no public discussion here. So even if you noticed it, people can't come and because it's conference, and in conference, there is no opportunity for public to weigh in on this. So
Well, just help me understand why this can't wait.
If it's a scheduled agenda item, the public always has the opportunity to speak. I've never denied.
No, but bringing it up this way, there is no, Dwayne
I
had
think
clarified it.
Actually, Warren, I think it's okay if you have a couple questions to
Okay,
ask.
I just wanted
but to
to
go through the presentation.
No.
I
I just have two very quick questions
Okay.
for me. Very quick.
Okay.
And here's a couple areas of contention. Number one is, the low decibel, and that's the big thing. I mean, the low frequency, rather, the base questions. What is it? Is the decibel level lower or higher than the higher frequency one? And that's something that I was trying to figure out.
The DBC limits are going to be 10 decibels higher than the DBA limits, based upon the information from the noise consultant.
Right.
That should be the allowable limits.
Okay,
which
and
is 10
that
decibels higher.
And I will bring this up tonight when people can't comment on it. But so I'm prepared for this evening. Why would it be lower and why would it be higher and not lower? I mean, you would think that the low decibel, the base ones, the one that travel further, the one that is most annoying, you would think that's something you'd want to control even more. Why would it be lower rather than higher? I mean, higher rather than lower.
Yeah. So Anthony Fajardo, Assistant City Manager. So when Sabine and Associates gave us the information on DBC versus DBA, they explained to us, as Katrina just mentioned, that there is about a 10 decibel difference between the two. When staff went out and did, as part of the research, proactive measurements on properties using the new levels at a lower versus a higher, everything was found to be in violation, even things that normally wouldn't have been in violation and hadn't had complaints on them. So because the consultant recommended that you need to accommodate that differential between DBA and DBC, that's why it's written that way. If you wanted us to lower it, we can lower it, but I think what you'll find is that
it becomes unenforceable?
Everything is unenforceable because everything will be a violation.
Okay, so that was what my thought was, and I tried to explain this. And until this evening, we could go into it if there are questions from the public. At least I'm prepared for this evening. But if you did not raise it, then the ambient noise, the baseline, would be in violation. It's unenforceable at that point. Is that the thinking?
It's important to note the DBC isn't really even in there right now. We're adding it, right?
Okay.
So this is a new calculation, and people have said on the record that they're concerned because we're raising it. We haven't raised anything. We're just adding something. It's another tool that we didn't have to measure with before.
Okay, I'm done with this, but I have one other related question, and it is I'm going to ask Susan. We brought this up before. And there's a property on State Road 84, and I think, Mayor, you're aware of it too, that's been, the noise has been intolerable recently with the residents there. I've gotten numerous complaints. Susan, we had spoken, you thought the new ordinance would cover this, but the reason I asked about geography is if it's not in the entertainment district, is it going to be covered by this new ordinance or not?
So I think what I heard Katrina say is that those new decibel levels apply citywide. Is that the case, Anthony?
That's correct.
DBC levels are applied citywide, right?
That's correct.
Yeah.
What you're a bit confused about is that there's a special addition to the special entertainment overlay district, but that's just one component of the ordinance. This ordinance addresses residential communities. It affects citywide. There's not a geographic boundary for the ordinance.
Okay, because this is something that was asked to you're familiar with the property there, correct?
Yes. Yeah, no, this would cover it.
And Dean, you're familiar with that too, right? Yeah. So just want to make sure. I was told that this new ordinance would solve this problem. I just want to make sure this evening that it is. Okay, I'll reserve the rest of that for this evening's agenda, but those two issues.
Okay, thank you.
And that concludes my report.
Okay, thank you. Just a few things. I want to thank the Riverwalk folks for making the Light Up Lauderdale program on November 7th such a great success. Unfortunately, we had our city commission meeting at that same time, but from the sound of it, it seemed very successful as we heard the reverberations of the music and the entertainment going on there. But everyone that I know that went there really was appreciative of the city's efforts in opening up the holiday season that night. The next evening, it was Nucha McCormick's 85th birthday. So I went to attend that at Casa Calabria over on the Galt. She's a wonderful lady in our community, and I thought it was important that I stop by and recognize her birthday celebration. Let's see, on November 11th, right after the Veterans Day ceremony at the Sandy Ninninger statue, I attended a luncheon with the Speaker of the House from Taiwan, who is in town for the Chamber of Commerce, the North American Taiwanese Chamber of Commerce meeting that was taking place in Fort Lauderdale the next day. I did not realize until I got there on November 12th that morning how significant a program that was, that the Taiwanese American Chambers of Commerce from all over North America were meeting in our city. The government of Taiwan certainly has its challenges, but the folks in America, North America, and these people came from all over Canada and all over the United States to convene and talk about business best practices in business. They talked a little bit about politics, but mostly about best practices in business. And everyone talked about how great a city Fort Lauderdale is and how great a city it is to them. And many of you may not know, but the biggest ceiling fan company in the world is located in Fort Lauderdale, and they are a Taiwanese company. They sell to all the major stores like Home Depot and Lowe's, and the family, the grandparents are from Taiwan. I met them a few years back, and it goes to show you the investment that continues to be made in our city. The next day, I was able to attend the farewell ceremony at the County Commission for Commissioner Tim Ryan. This is his last term, his last weeks, and it was very, just a very nice moment for everyone to share and to thank Commissioner Ryan for all the work he has committed to our community and to public service, being a state representative for many years, as well as being a county commissioner. So again, thank you, Tim, for all the work that you've done on our behalf. There was a groundbreaking ceremony on the 12th at a new project on Hendricks Isle called Viewpoint. And again, continued investment in our community. I have to say that Hendricks Isle has definitely changed over the 40 years since I've been here. It used to be a place where people just hung their hats so they could dock their boat there, but now it's a residential community, and it's really, really beautiful. So thank you, Commissioner, for all the work you did in making that happen.
You're very welcome.
Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate the kind words. Thank you.
Also that same day, it was a busy day, I attended the ribbon cutting ceremony for the Exceed Preparatory Academy here in downtown Fort Lauderdale. It's a very unusual concept, very free-flowing, open kind of classroom setting, and definitely not for every child, but because it doesn't have the guardrails that we often associate with classrooms. It's people can work from home. They can study from the classroom, and it seems to provide some very, very good preparation for kids going into their senior years. And yes, as it was mentioned by Commissioner Beasley Pittman, the celebration of life for Tom Ansbro. Really thank Tom for all the hours and days he spent working for our city. It was a short association, unfortunately, but my heart goes out to the family and his friends for the sadness of their loss. We did on the 13th the ribbon cutting, officially opening the War Memorial Auditorium. It was a great event, and again, what it means to be engaged in P3 partnerships, public-private partnerships with people who have been very generous to our community. It's amazing what they turned War Memorial into. This was a facility that used to hemorrhage almost $1 million a year out of the city budget. And they must have been, I don't know how many tens of millions they invested in there, but it's certainly a welcome addition to our city landscape. On the 15th, the Chamber of Commerce had a Salute to Business Awards reception, and I presented the Corporation of the Year Award to the Panthers, again, for their very community-centered involvement in our city. They really been great community partners in Fort Lauderdale, so we're very, very thankful for their participation. On the 16th, Don Lemon, the guy from CNN, he was in Fort Lauderdale, and he was on a book signing tour. So he was at Stonewall Library and had a 2-hour session with several dozen people, and it was a very, very interesting conversation. I haven't read the book yet, but my copy is waiting there, I am told. Let's see. The 18th, we had the Light Up the Beach. Okay, so going forward, there's a ribbon cutting on McNabb Road of SKNV Pharmaceutical Manufacturing Facility. That's, I guess, in District 1, so I'll be attending that on the 20th, which is tomorrow? Yes. Yeah. You mentioned Nurmi Isles having their holiday party. Looking forward to that. And then, of course, we have Thanksgiving, and then the swearing in of our new commission on December 3rd. We have Light Up the Galt on November 21st. That begins at what time? 6 o'clock. So, and that's I'm not sure. Susan, where is the location of the Light Up the Galt? It's right there is it on 34th Street? 32nd, yeah, back there, right?
Mike's not on.
Okay.
A1A East, yeah.
And Commissioner Beasley Pittman mentioned Light Up Sistrunk as well as Carter Park. So those are the things upcoming. Of course, I won't be here next week because of Thanksgiving. This is my post-election break. So if you need me, I'm available by phone. Anyway, that's it. So Commissioner Herbst is not here. So Susan, what report do you have for us?
Just the only report is that we will have a walk-on item tonight for the election results. And other than that, nothing else.
Okay. Do we have to wait till 5:15?
We do.
Okay,
And
so why don't we have the CRA meeting then?
Right, and at 5:15 we'll reconvene in this
Okay.
room.
All right. Is that going to cut into our dinner time? Shall we have our dinner at the closed door session?
We'll have early dinner.
Yeah, why don't we do that? Okay.
We should figure these out in advance.
Yeah.
These kinds of things.
We've done that before.
Yeah.
Okay, so does that conclude the executive door? Is that part of conference or is that separate?
That's separate.
Okay, so that concludes our conference meeting this November 19th. Let us now go into our CRA meeting. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Herbst not present. Vice Chair Glassman. Here. Commissioner Beasley Pittman.
Here.
Commissioner Sturman.
Here.
Chair Trentalis.
Here, and let us begin. Let me just jump to that agenda. So M1, motion approving the transfer of property on Northwest 24th Avenue between the North Fork of the New River and Sistrunk Boulevard from the Fort Lauderdale CRA to Broward County. Anyone have any questions with regard to that?
I do.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. So on the CAM in the background, second paragraph, it says there were discussions at that time of extending the city limit to the North Fork of the New River and incorporating the property into the CRA boundary, but that did not occur. So if someone could help me understand why that did not occur, and is that something that we wanted to occur, or why that boundary just never changed so that actually we might have been able to do something with the properties?
And I don't know, do we have Clarence here today? Oh, Bob is here. Thank you, Bob.
Thank you.
Push the
Press
button.
here.
At the bottom of the mic.
Big thing. Right. Press here. Press here.
Yeah, well, I do have some history about that. I can't say for certain why it didn't occur, other than the fact that the commission makeup at the time was not, did not find that as something they were going to move forward at that time.
But if you read the background, it looks like that was something that we were actually planning. But I'm just trying to figure out why we were planning that, but then we didn't move forward with it. Any particular reason?
Well, I think what it was is at the time there wasn't, the CRA did not have a lot of capital at that time, so the monies that were provided for the project were limited to expand the project and purchase the entire area going all the way to Sistrunk Boulevard. At that time, just didn't have the support, or the funds were not there at the time. So the project, even though the project was awarded a grant to create sort of a river walk along there and link it through a series of probably elevated piers to Sistrunk, to Sweeting Park, and get some easements linking it, to that area. That project just didn't move forward.
But the CRA paid the housing authority of the city of Fort Lauderdale $120,000 and change for 5 parcels at the time. So what was, any idea what the thinking was, why we incorporated these 2 pieces?
Well,
that
you had a willing seller there at the time that the housing authority wanted to get rid of the property. So, the CRA manager at the time thought it was a good purchase, so they proceeded to purchase it. In reality, we shouldn't have been buying property outside the city limits or outside the CRA boundaries. So, to purchase additional properties outside the CRA boundaries and outside the city limits, it just didn't seem at the time for those in charge to make a lot of sense. Although we did do something similar in Riverwalk, not Riverwalk, but Riverbend Corporate Park. The city purchased property in Riverbend Corporate Park, incorporated that property into the city limits, and then expanded the CRA boundaries to include that.
Is this within the city limits?
No, the properties are not within the city limits.
These 2. No.
Yeah.
But so are we selling it or giving it?
No, we're giving it away back. We're giving it to Broward County.
So we're just giving it to Broward County.
I'm not keen with that.
And what are we getting in return?
Nothing.
Nothing.
But it's costing us money to maintain it.
I guess it is.
Yeah, but
So,
can't we
but I
find
think-
a use?
Supposedly it's costing us money to maintain
there's
it.
maintenance involved with the properties,
Yeah.
on a monthly basis, either mowing, et cetera.
What's the,
looks
what's
like
the assessed
Anthony's.
what's the assessed value of these 2
500,000.
parcels? Well, we paid 100. Wait, we paid 120
Flip
for
to the
5 parcels.
Flip to the next page.
We hold on a second.
524,000.
Interesting. Well, they certainly did. Considering that those 2 pieces that we're giving to the county, plus 3 other large parcels, we got that all for 120. So what a deal! Back in 2000, I'm sorry,
1999.
No, 2001. I think we purchased it.
I thought it said 1990. It doesn't matter.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Wow, that's a huge jump in real estate.
Looks like we have a whole crowd up there to chat about it.
So maybe they'll give us $500,000 worth of pallet homes. Something.
Don't hold your breath.
Can't we make some sort of deal better than this one?
Anthony.
Whatever.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to add a little bit to the conversation. So other than the maintenance issues that we've had on these properties, they are outside the CRA. The CRA is not allowed to expend any funds on these properties. So anything that we spend comes out of the general fund because of the boundary geographically. On top of that, the county has expressed interest in using this property to consolidate it with their property that's in that same area adjacent to it to possibly do affordable housing there. And
Yeah, but that's
redevelop
never
it.
going to happen. Can the Fort Lauderdale Housing Authority build an affordable housing project there?
We have not discussed this with the
I
housing
mean, they're
authority.
always looking for land. Always. They've always got opportunities, and they're always looking for land. And I don't expect I don't know how quickly the county would move forward with building an affordable housing project there as quickly as we could. And since we are short of affordable housing, it would be a great opportunity to utilize this. I just have a problem with giving away $500,000 worth of property.
Is this unincorporated Broward?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, I think we could do better. I don't know. Or
What do you think, Commissioner? I guess it's not really in your district, but it sort of is. Any thoughts on this? Has there been any conversations in your?
There really hasn't been much conversation. That area of land there is a constant calls about the homeless camps that are
Is that
there.
Just
That is
doesn't
a complaint.
make any
There's
sense.
several businesses there. The funeral home. We go out with calls with large encampments there.
Is this near the? This is near
Boyd Funeral
the
Home.
research library.
Yeah.
In a sense, yes.
Right.
It's before, because it's along the New River there.
Yeah.
You have Delaveau, you have the body of water.
Andres, if you
and
can
then
put-
you have the land that's there.
We can put a map up for you.
what's the acreage of these two parcels?
3/4 of it.
3/4 of an acre?
No, wait. It says, no, it's a 1.66 acres.
Oh, I have a hard time thinking that we can't just make a deal and someone's going to develop this site for something.
Hold on a second. Wait. I'm sorry. Let me read this correctly. Total approximate 37,000 square feet, which is about 2/3 of an acre, and then two small parcels, which are like 1/8 of an acre. So about an acre total.
Well, there's a.
We're keeping it at 3. We purchased in 2001. We purchased 5 parcels. This is 2 of the 5 that we want to give up, right? Are we giving up all 5?
So,
want to give up all 5. It's full. We're giving away 3 of 5.
Dwayne
Come
Spencer,
on,
interim
I
city
think we
attorney.
can-
I think Dwayne can respond to that.
Yeah, I did want to discuss. So your agenda item has 3 of the 5, and if you look on the map, those are the 3 large parcels that are on the west side of the, and they're marked the CRA parcels. You'll see 2 slithers that are also marked in red. Those are within the city boundary. They were not contemplated as part of this item. However, the legality, the reason that we were retaining those was because it was expected that Northwest 24th Avenue the right-of-way would extend down to as far as that cul-de-sac, which has already been dedicated as a public right-of-way. And I was going to suggest to you, if you're going to convey that parcel, that it would make sense for the future to convey those as well to the same entities that will own those adjacent parcels, because if with a condition that they're dedicated, because in the future if they're vacate the dedication, the ownership reverts back to the city, and or in this case the CRA, and owning those small slithers doesn't make any sense. So it's kind of long-term planning. So I would recommend conveying those as well, with the condition that they're dedicated as a public right-of-way.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question for you.
This is waterfront property.
I have a question for you, Dean.
Yes.
How about flipping it and doing it in the other direction? How about the county owns those other properties? How about they give it to us for affordable housing?
Yeah.
I mean,
don't hold your breath.
Don't they own just that little piece there?
They own that little square.
It's a little tiny piece.
That's in the middle there.
They don't know. They don't
No.
own anything. Look closely. Look closely. It's
Just that little
piece.
rectangle, just south, just below where it says
Below
northwest.
But they also own that piece in between the two,
Yes.
the red squares.
Okay.
So part of the discussion with them was how do you consolidate enough land to actually build a feasible project on? Since it was outside of the city boundaries, we felt that this was a viable way to move forward. But if you'd like us to go back and see if there's other opportunities, we can definitely do
How
that.
does, wait, it says CRA properties. I thought this was outside of the city.
It is outside the city, and it's outside the CRA boundaries, and
But
that's part of the
purchased
point.
it.
Yeah.
23 years ago, we purchased it.
Yeah.
So
It's
the
a very
CRA
unusual
owns it,
situation
but-
to be in.
What's that?
It's a very unusual situation for the CRA to
So
be
we
in.
use CRA money for parcel outside the CRA.
And outside the city. Yes. 23 years ago, we purchased all of those parcels for $120,000.
I just want to say I was not on the commission at the time.
Really? Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
I think we should go back to the drawing board on this
Honestly, Anthony, I agree with the vice mayor. I'm not keen on this. I mean, it would be great if the Broward County wanted to give us that little parcel there and let us go ahead and build affordable housing. You know, every time the county wants to build affordable housing in Fort Lauderdale, they're always looking for a contribution from the city, like we did the last time on Sistrunk and Andrews. And I don't know if we can continue to afford their approach to affordable housing.
Well, the good news is this would be outside of the city, so they'd have to find another way to find it.
And as you know as well as I do, that the Fort Lauderdale Housing Authority is always looking for real estate, and this is waterfront property.
We can ask them.
So why don't we take this off the table right now and let's rethink this?
Do you need a motion to table it or not?
What do we?
Did you sign up, Charlie? He wants to speak, but
I don't want. I know what you're going to say. And why start now? All right, gentlemen, clear the podium so that Mr. King can
clear the air.
For like 20 years now, you guys have been ignoring the city charter that tells you how to dispose of land so that taxpayers don't get screwed. You're supposed to sell it to like some responsive high bidder. Instead, you guys just trade it. Like, why can't you send this back to the city and then sell it and get money for it, as opposed to trading it to some other governmental agency or something like that? It's just the fact that it's probably illegal. You should probably look back. The CRA is allowed to buy property outside the city. That's probably illegal right there. You know. And then what's the Fort Lauderdale Housing Authority doing, owning property outside the city? Is that sounds weird also?
No, we can do that. Yeah, Broadview. Yeah.
Well, why would you not just send this back and do the proper thing with it so the taxpayers get their full money's worth out of this property?
Well, I agree with you that we need to reconsider what we're doing here. So,
Do you need a motion to table or not?
do we need, Dwayne? How do we want to do this? Just pass on it.
You can just pass on it.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Charlie.
I mean, read the charter. It's in the charter.
I'm not disagreeing with you. Okay. Thank you. R1, a resolution appropriating unspent remaining Northwest Progressive Flagler Heights Community Redevelopment Agency 2024 balances. There's a significant backup to this. Anyone have any questions to this?
We did change the CAM though, right, to add District 2 there?
Yeah, for the record, it's District
For the
2 and
record?
3.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Do I hear someone like to introduce the resolution?
Introduce.
It's been introduced. Please call the roll.
A resolution of the Board of Commissioners of the Fort Lauderdale Community Redevelopment Agency approving a budget amendment and providing for an effective date. Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Vice Chair Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Chair Trentalis?
Yes, and R1 is approved. R2, amended resolution approving additional forgivable loan funding in the amount of $79,200 from the CRA Property and Business Improvement Program to the American Legion Robert Bethel Post 220 to complete the substantial renovation and expansion of the property. Anyone have any questions with regard to this? There being none, would someone like to introduce the resolution?
Introduce.
They turned the light off. Okay. Anyone else have any questions? I hope this gets the job done.
5 years.
I know. Please call the roll.
A resolution of the Board of Commissioners of the Fort Lauderdale Community Redevelopment Agency approving additional funding in the amount of $79,200 for Robert Bethel American Legion Post Number 220, Inc., approving the Second Amendment to the Property and Business Investment Improvement Agreement and providing for an effective date. Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Vice Chair Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Chair Trentalis.
Yes, and R2 is now approved. R3, resolution appropriating from fund balance transfer between capital projects, CRA Beach Redevelopment Fund, CIP Fund for the SR A1A streetscape improvements, $1,374,247. Anyone have any questions?
I do.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So I guess this is Laura. I just want to know what that status is right now of these discussions with the county pertaining to the extension for the beach CRA, so that we're going to be able to take that $1,300,000 and change and use it for the remaining last project, the streetscape improvement project.
Good afternoon, Mayor Commissioners. Laura Reese, Acting Assistant City Manager. So I spoke with representatives from the county actually earlier today. We had a meeting, and we're navigating one remaining issue for the interlocal agreement, and that is the disposition of some land assets. So the city owns some land that is near the beach.
Is it within the city boundaries?
And-
I'm just kidding, just kidding.
And within the beach boundaries.
just
So
kidding.
it's some parcels of land. And the county wants us to declare our intent for what we're going to do with it before we move forward. So we're navigating those issues, and then they're okay with us utilizing the remaining funds on the projects that have been approved.
So when would that be codified so that we know it's all official and everything is okay?
So at this point, we owe them information on what we're going to use the land for, and then based upon if they think that's consistent with what the county would like us to use the land for in the CRA plan, then they'll be okay with the ILA moving forward.
Worst case scenario, if none of that happened, what would we do with the $1,374,000, or how would we finish paying for the A1A streetscape improvement project?
So the State Road A1A Streetscape Improvement Project is currently fully funded. In fiscal year 24, we had to appropriate money from the general fund to complete the project, even though it's a beach CRA project. So this will allow us to expend the rest of the beach CRA funds on that project instead of using general funds. So it'll free up the general funds that we otherwise would have used. So we just would need to proportionately return those funds to the taxing authorities that contributed. So if the county's 40% of that, they would get 40% back, and the hospital district would get a part of that. So we're asking to use all of those revenues. If they weren't favorable to extending, we'd have to reimburse to the other taxing authorities based on the proportionate allocation of funds.
Okay, great. But you're
Yep.
optimistic that this will work out?
Yeah, they don't seem to have any concerns about how we're going to use the funds. It's just the land disposition that is outstanding.
Okay, thank you very much. That's it, Mayor. Thank you.
Would you like to introduce the
I'll be
resolution?
happy to introduce the resolution. Thank you.
Okay, the resolution's been introduced. Please call the roll.
A resolution of the Board of Commissioners of the Fort Lauderdale Community Redevelopment Agency approving a budget amendment providing for an effective date. Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Vice Chair Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Chair Trentalis.
Yes, and R3 is now approved. Is there any further business at the CRA? There being none, that meeting is now concluded. We'll return at, well, where are we going?
We'll return here.
Here?
To reconvene at 5:15.
Okay,
and
so
then-
we'll reconvene at 5:15 for the closed-door session. Thank you. I think we should go into that small. At this time, the City Commission shall meet privately to conduct discussions between the city manager, the city attorney, and the City Commission relative to pending litigation pursuant to Section 286.011, parens 8, Florida statutes in connection with the following matter. Latoya Ratliff versus the City of Fort Lauderdale et al. Present at the attorney-client session will be Mayor Dean Trantalis, Vice Mayor Commissioner Stephen Glassman. Is Commissioner Herbst going to be here? Commissioner John C. Herbst, Commissioner Pamela Beasley Pittman, Commissioner Warren Sturman, Acting City Manager Susan Grant, Interim City Attorney Dwayne M. Spence, Assistant City Attorney Robert M. Oldershaw, Outside Counsel Jeffrey Lawley, Outside Counsel, Co-Counsel Scott Alexander, and Certified Court Reporter from Bailey Enton, Court Reporting. The estimated length of this session will be approximately 30 minutes. That's it.